Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Hi, everybody. We're going to get started. Wow, you guys listen. It's so great. I'm Veronica Blake. I'm the CEO at Placer Community Foundation, and I want to welcome you here today to our Nonprofit Leadership Summit. I want to introduce our board of directors, and I'm just going to call out all the names, and we can save our applause for the end, and that is our board chair, Sue Thompson, Pam Constantino, Sheila Cardno, Vicki Spanigal, Ken Larson, Paul Aronowitz, Elise Baker, Margaret Fulton, Dick Kramer, Shay Bryant, David Bosch, Guy Gibson, Robert Wygant, and our newest addition, Larry Welch. And our amazing staff is with us today: Jessica Hubbard, Eileen Speaker, Michelle Hamill, Stan Lovelace, and Amy Sorum. So today we're here to honor you, our hard-working nonprofit sector. We are in a room full of 170 board members and staff who focus our energies around governance. And we know what that means in today's environment. We know that there are significant challenges with you and with the tools that you use to keep doing your critical work. In fact, hearing just from Dave Martinez today from the food bank made me a little edgy. $1 million loss in a very short period of time in his very important work of making sure that our most vulnerable are fed. So we do know the importance of everything that everyone's going through. On behalf of our board and staff, we just really want to thank you for prioritizing being here. This is our 15th Nonprofit Leadership Summit. Has anybody been here all 15 years? Well, we have. So, all right, yay us. Let's see. So if you get paid by your organization, stand up. Wonderful. But let's also point out that that means the lion's share of this room are all volunteers, and isn't that amazing? Yay, you. 2025 is the 20th anniversary of the Placer Community Foundation, and on your tables are some really cute candles that the Recreate program kids made for us, and we just want to send that away as a thank you for being you. Our board of directors and our staff are involved in a pretty significant strategic planning process right now, and we've established a lot of priorities for impact that I really want to share with you. They're all with the goal of forging a prosperous community for the Placer County. But the priorities are up on the board: working family success, the basic well-being for the vulnerable, strong community organizations and institutions, community unity and civic engagement, and living in harmony in nature. And we're counting on you as our donors and our community partners to have impact in these areas. Our success will involve county-wide regional listening, learning, and engagement around so many complicated issues that we all face. With this knowledge, though, we can focus our resources on a wide range of needs in our community, including those of this nonprofit sector. This event is part of our nonprofit initiative. Since 2005, we've provided consultation, training, summits such as this one, all free of charge to you as our local nonprofit sector. Our vision for the initiative is to grow and strengthen local nonprofits to meet the increasing needs of Placer County. Last year alone, this initiative provided over 2,000 hours of training to the sector. None of it is possible without a generous support of our sponsors. They're listed on the back of your program. But in particular, I want to acknowledge our platinum sponsors. One was anonymous and the other one is U.S. Bank. They've stood by us for 15 years of doing this work. We also want to thank the Center for Nonprofit Leadership. Is Wendy here? Wendy and her team? They've been managing the logistics and registration for the trainings for several years for us, and we really couldn't do it without her team. So thank you so much to Wendy and the Center for Nonprofit Leadership. A little bit of logistics. The restrooms are out those back doors. The Wi-Fi network is Sun City Public, and there isn't a password. After this event is over, we're going to send you a survey, and that will be really important. That's how we program for future offerings, so please complete that survey. If you're here and you do social media, please use the hashtag PCF Summit if you're posting. Our photographer, I don't see him here yet, but his name is Michael Kirby, and he will be taking pictures. If you signed a release when you signed up for this, but if you don't want your picture taken, you need to let one of our staff members know, and we won't use those photos. When lunchtime comes, we'll call a buffet. Eileen will be in charge of releasing tables there. And then after the event, we're going to have a short reception, so we'll hope you stay and join us for then. And right now, I want to introduce you to Jessica Hubbard, our Philanthropic Services Manager. She's going to share a little bit about legacy giving and the designated funds that we manage.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to encourage you to flip through the program at some point today where we talk about our nonprofit endowment funds that we house at Placer Community Foundation. We just got our 24th new endowment fund. And basically what that means is it's an endowment that is where pooled gifts from the community and also through planned giving that comes into fruition are invested with earnings going back to the nonprofit as unrestricted support on an annual basis. So it's a really powerful way to leverage the donors that we're speaking with, your board, and the donors that you're speaking with to grow permanent, lasting, unrestricted resources for your nonprofit. We do a lot of this through planned giving, and I want you to know that Placer Community Foundation's whole mission is to grow local giving to support the work of our local nonprofits. So a big part of my job is working with the professional advisors who refer clients to us, and we sit down and we talk about what their vision is for the community, and we craft a memorandum of charitable intent, which is there's a sample of which in this program. That basically says, what do you care about? And when there is alignment with any of the local nonprofits, of which maybe 400 we work with, we will record that as a future gift for that nonprofit. So I want you to know that we do that work because you don't always know it, because there's a long-term approach to these planned gifts that come to fruition many years from now. But think about it as a nonprofit board member. If you want to name your nonprofit in your estate plan, give me a call, and we're happy to just talk through ideas and approaches. And then lastly, there's a page on tips for giving in 2025 to support your organization. And again, if you have any questions, reach out to me. Okay. Now, I have the great pleasure of introducing Stephanie Snyder, who's going to introduce our speaker. Stephanie and her husband, Bob, are one of the sponsors of the nonprofit initiative, of which we cannot offer all of this free of charge without our wonderful sponsors. So thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very honored to do this. I came to hear about successful board development, and apparently I came to the right place, and I hope you'll find that you did too. Crystal M. Cherry is a nationally acclaimed nonprofit board consultant and certified leadership coach. With over 25 years of experience in the nonprofit sector, she's supported higher education institutions, human services organizations, and faith-based missions. Her extensive career as a full-time consultant includes working with the Boys and Girls Club USA, Habitat for Humanity, the Junior League, YWCA USA, and the United Negro College Fund. With passion and extensive experience, Crystal assists clients in establishing a clear path to success in board development. Welcome, Crystal.
Hear me yet?
There's one that is.
I'm so busy trying to get it on. Can you hear me? All right, can you hear me?
It's on.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here. I want to first off start off by thanking the Community Foundation, Eileen Speaker, and Wendy Willoughby, and all of you all for having me. This is actually my second time speaking for the Placer Community Foundation. I did so in 2020, but it was online, so it's good to be back in person with all of you. Wow, we have such a full room. I didn't even realize so many folks have come out this morning. How's everyone doing? All right, so at home it's 12 o'clock, so I've been up since 4. I've had my vitamins, I've worked out, I've had my coffee. So probably around 1 o'clock I'll start looking sleepy, so I'll just need someone to pinch me. All right. Well, this is Not Your Grandma's Nonprofit Board, empowering boards for a new era of leadership and governance. Right now, we need leadership more than ever. Can I get an amen? Absolutely, absolutely. All right, well, I'm going to start off by introducing myself. Thank you for reading my long, boring bio that no one cares about. I like to introduce myself with adjectives and see who I have some things in common with. And I'm also a walker. So I'm sorry, I can't stand at the front. I got to see who's in the room. I got to see eyeballs. Okay. All right, so I consider myself and identify as a Black woman. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a mompreneur, which just means I'm a kick-ass mom and an entrepreneur. Amen? Anybody in the room? Any mompreneurs in the room? Absolutely. I'm a disruptive leader, which means I'm always asking questions and challenging the status quo. I'm a board consultant, as you know. I'm also a board member. Where are my board members? Oh, wow. All right. We're going to have a good time today. Okay. I'm a trained fundraiser. The first 25 years of my career was in nonprofit fundraising. I'm a volunteer. Who also volunteers outside of board work? Really important. I'm a Leo born in August. Where are my summer babies? Raise your hand. Any Leos in the house? Who's born in August? No August. Okay, what do we got in the back over there? Date. I'm sorry? August 19th. All right, mine is August 17th. Now, nice. Who else? The 23rd. Okay, is that a Virgo? You've crossed over, I think. Okay. What do you have over here? August 12th. Okay, we're going to be celebrating together. Hi. July 29th. Okay, what about just the summer period? When? June 4th. Okay, coming up soon. Who else? June 2nd? My goodness, you rest of you were born, what, in the wintertime? Yeah. Spring. Oh, in the spring. So you have birthdays coming up. Oh, nice. June 24th. June 24th. Okay, well, wonderful. I'm also a native New Yorker. Any native New Yorkers in the house? All right. I like the Big Apple, yes. And so I was explaining to some folks earlier, I live in Georgia now, so I kind of have a weird accent thing going on. You're going to hear the New York thing, but then you're also going to hear like a little Georgia twang. It's very weird. So just bear with me. I was telling them on the plane, I asked the flight attendant for some water. And she looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, water. And she looked at me like, I was like, what? The lady next to me says, water. She wants water. I'm also a purple lover, and although I'm not wearing any purple today, do I have any purple lovers in the house? All right. I've been called the Purple Queen because I have lots of purple in my wardrobe. And I'm also an author. I'm excited to share that I have been a contributing author of a book called Collecting Courage, which is just a documentation of 14 African-American fundraisers in the nonprofit sector in the United States and Canada, where we came together and we just told our stories about our experiences in the nonprofit sector in terms of racism, which is real. So if you've not seen this book, please go to our website, collectingcourage.org, and check it out. It's pretty amazing. So it was published first in Canada, and now it's been published in the United States. So I'm very, very proud and very excited to have been a part of that project. I'm also excited that I'm a children's book author. So in 2020, I lost my partner to COVID. Anybody else lose somebody from COVID? Right. And so when that happened, I went and pulled out my bucket list. Do you have a bucket list of things that you want to get accomplished in your life? Well, I wanted to write a children's book, always wanted to. And I just decided after I lost him that it was time to get going. And I thought, where am I going to get the money? How am I going to do it? Who's going to publish it? And I just decided and put it in my head that I was just going to make it happen. So here it is. So My son's name is Malcolm, and I call him Mac. Sometimes I call him macaroni, which he absolutely hates. And this is a really wonderful story about two little boys, Mac and Cheese. Of course, Mac is my son, who is biracial in a shirt with the stripes, and Cheese is the fictitious character that I made up. And I wrote this during the times of COVID when we were talking about DEI, and it wasn't taboo the way it seems to be now. And it really is about these two little brown boys who learn that they don't have to change who they are to be accepted in the world. And so I just wondered, we adults have conflicts and trouble understanding and talking about race. So what are our children thinking? So I just thought, I'm going to write a cute little tale for little babies, ages 3 to 5. And so if you have a little one in your life, or if you just want to donate a copy to your local library, to your local school, I have just a few copies with me. I'm happy to sign it and share it with you. So please, please, please come see me afterwards. That's my shameless plug for today. So, all right. So now, I want to find out who is in the room. We already saw our board members. Do we have any fundraisers in the room? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. I've been there, I know. God bless you. Any executive directors, CEOs in the room? Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, the leaders are here, you guys. Okay, you know what? This is great because a lot of times you hate when you go to these conferences and you're thinking, God, such good information. I wish my CEO was here. They're here. Okay, you don't have to take it back. Yes. Okay, program officers. Okay, finance officers. Okay, one soul in the back. Grant writers. Okay. All right, you guys. Who did I miss? Others, a lot of others? Who else did I miss? Tell me. Who's here? Tell me what you do. Board members. Well, we said board members earlier. Yes, thank you. Who else?
Operations administrator.
Operations, very important.
Work with our board and our council.
Thank you. Who else did I miss?
Run a ranch to take care of all the rescued animals.
I can't hear you, sweetie.
Run a ranch to take care of the rescued animals. We rescue animals so they can rescue people.
Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you for saying that. Yes.
Board member.
Board members. We had asked about board members. Okay, let me ask, who are my board members again? Good. Okay. Anybody else I missed? Advisor? What kind of advisor?
They're not board members, but they attend board meetings.
Oh, an advisory group, yes, absolutely. That's a good one. I forgot to put advisors on there. Wonderful. Okay, well, we have a nice mix in the rooms today, but I'm so glad that my board members and my CEOs are here because we're going to talk a lot about that relationship between the board and the CEO. And sometimes that can get a little funky, can't it? But we're going to talk it through. All right, so questions. We have a long presentation. I'm going to try to cover it all. But what questions might you have about governance? Let me just see what's on your brain this morning. What questions do you have? This is my table that took pictures with me earlier. Hi, guys.
With the changing environment, what are the new opportunities and constraints?
For board members?
Organizations.
For governance, just
Yeah.
organizations?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to talk about that. What else? I'm going to remember. What else? What other questions do we have? Hi, question over here. Oh, hi.
Who's responsible for the organization's governance?
Who's responsible for the organization's governance?
Bottom line, who's got it?
Ooh, I love it. Okay. What else? What other questions? Hi.
One thing that's constant is change, and how do you build resilience within your governance structure to respond to those changes?
Wonderful. I love it. That's a good one. We should have put these in a parking lot, huh? Okay. All right. You all going to remember? I'm going to need someone to remember because my brain is old. Oh, and by the way, I just wanted to share earlier, do I look professional? Do you all like my shoes? They're probably not going to be on all day. So I just wanted to let you know that I am a professional. I came prepared. But by lunchtime, I'll probably have on some flats. So I just wanted to point out that I did come prepared. Okay. Any other questions before we move forward? Yes?
How to steer polarizing personalities towards success.
Oh, God, We need, goodness, do we need vodka for that one?
Yes, we do.
I think so. That might require some Hennessy. I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay, all right. Remember that question. Remember that question. Yes.
Let's see, how do I say this? How do you develop a strong decision-making board? What kind of decisions do they make? And when is it important to open it up to other key stakeholders
Okay,
in your decision-making process?
okay, okay. You and I should talk about that after you give me that necklace. I really like it. Okay, try to remember these questions, and if I don't get to them before the end of the day, bring them back up. Hi. Who owns the nonprofit? Oh, that's a really good one. Okay. Well, let's talk about that right now. Who owns the nonprofit? Who owns the nonprofit?
The public.
The community. That's who owns the nonprofit. Board members are going to go, right? Their term is, well, hopefully your term is going to end. Lord knows we got some board. Their term is going to end and they're going to move on. The executive director is going to hopefully move on. The staff will change. The public sits there. The nonprofit sits there. Does anyone disagree with me on that? That's a great question. Any other questions? All right. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. I wanted to share what our objectives are going to be for today. We're going to talk about some governance challenges, particularly now under the current administration. We're going to talk about recruitment through a DEI lens. We're going to talk about the board's role in governance, fundraising, and decision-making. We're going to talk about AI, the board's CEO partnership, and all the while, there'll be lots of interactive exercises and lots of fun activities. So get ready. I want you to, I was telling someone earlier, please engage, ask lots of questions. I will volunteer people, I'm sorry, if you really, really feel uncomfortable that I won't push, but I like people to respond. And I like looking at the eyeballs, Gus. Okay. All right, you got me? Ken? All right, okay. All right, so let's talk about some agreements first. This is what I'm gonna ask of you, some of our rules for today. We want you to be present, right? No one sleeping in the back, please. All right? We want you to be inquisitive and ask hard questions. Contribute, right? Be respectful of others, because we're not all going to agree, right? We're going to listen and make space for people to speak, for others to speak. We're going to be kind. We're going to create a safe and brave space. Safe and brave. Now, sometimes we can't guarantee safety. So what we're going to agree is, if someone causes harm, then they have to take responsibility for it and repair it, including myself. Take a break if you need to, and let's have some fun. Did I miss anything? Any other rules you would like to add to these agreements today? Does anyone disagree with any of these agreements? Oh, yes. Can I repeat?
All questions or comments into the mic so that we can hear, or can someone go around with the mic?
That's true. We do need where's the other mic? We should have that mic for people to speak. Yes, absolutely. Does someone want to be the runner? In case someone has a question? Okay. Can you guys hear me okay? Because I know I can be loud, so I want to make sure. Okay. All right. So we're good on our agreements? Okay. All right. Let's move forward. Okay. Yes.
Can we celebrate the community?
Can we celebrate the community?
Yeah, it's one of the things we're going to do today.
Absolutely. How would you like to do that?
Every way.
Every way. Okay. All right. So we'll do that. Maybe we'll sing. I don't know. We'll dance. We'll make jokes. All of that. He wants to celebrate the community today. You guys in agreement with that? Yes. Thank you. That's a great idea. What's your name? Ken. All right. Board member. I love it. Okay. Great. Okay. All right. So just some facts. I didn't know there were 2 million nonprofits. Did you guys know there were that many nonprofits? I thought it was like 1.3, 1.4, 2 million. That means there are 2 million boards. That's really scary. 2 million nonprofits, 2 million boards. Nonprofits account for about 12.8 million jobs. We mean something to the economy, don't we? They can try to get rid of us if they want to, right? Representing 9.9% of the private sector in the US, 30 million people, probably even more than that, serving on boards, right? The average nonprofit board comprises of about 15 members. How many people have board members with more than 15 members on it? How many? 17. Okay, what about in the back? 35. Wow. Do you work for a hospital? I'm sorry? Do you work for a hospital? No, nonprofit. We have extremely strong board governance. You should. 35 people, goodness. Is that right? That is so wonderful. Oh, you deserve some applause for that. What's the name of your nonprofit?
First Tee Greater Sacramento. We teach life skills and core values through golf.
And you have 35 board members who are active and engaged like that for a golf organization.
We are a nonprofit youth development organization.
Youth development, okay.
We teach life skills and core values through golf.
And you have quorum most meetings?
I'm sorry?
You have quorum?
Yeah, quorum, absolutely.
Oh, wow. Okay, I want to talk to you.
Yeah?
Yeah, we need to highlight those organizations that are doing great work like that, right? All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, so let's move forward. I have some trivia for you guys. Y'all ready? These are true or false, true or false. Nonprofit board members can be personally liable for financial mismanagement within the organization. Absolutely. Nonprofit board members can serve indefinitely without term limits. False. Even though we know some instances we have 97-year-old people who've been on the board for 60 years. It's just time to go. It's just time to go. I mean, we love that you have the institutional history of the organization, but there's just way too long. What do you think is a good time for a person to float off the board? If you had your druthers, what would you say would be the number of years a person should come off the board? You said 12. Okay.
8 or 9.
8 or 9. Someone said 5. Okay. Anybody else? 10. I think 10 years is probably good. After that, you've tapped everyone in your network, right? They've been to the gala. They've donated to the breakfast. They volunteered at the Children's Center. There's no one else to ask after 10 years. Who disagrees with me? Because you can disagree. All right, let's hear it. Do you mind if I sit down? Your shoes.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me, what you think, Paul?
What are we talking about?
No, the question was, do you think 10 years is, anything more than 10 years is too long to serve on the board?
I don't know. We're kind of running into that right now. We have our umbrella organization has determined that we have to have term limits, and most of our board is terming out this year. Or last year or something. But we're having a hard time replacing them and recruiting new board members. We need to learn how to do that.
Absolutely, we're going to talk about that. Anyone else disagree about the 10-year rule?
I did.
Oh, wow, we got lots of participation. Okay, let me get to the ladies first. I'm going to come right back to you.
I don't disagree with it, but I do know of a nonprofit.
Oh. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes.
Thank you. I don't disagree with it.
It's on. I don't know if it's
on?
muted.
Hello?
Is it muted?
Crystal, can you test?
Test.
It might be muted.
Eileen, do you have another one over here?
And we want to test your mic too, Crystal.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. We're going to get this technology thing right. Okay.
I don't disagree with it, but I have heard of other nonprofits that don't have term limits as a part of their policy.
Yeah, there are lots.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
About that issue, my understanding from a couple.
Is that you or me? I'm standing too close. Okay, all right, let me back over here. I'm not ignoring you, I'm just trying to give us some distance.
Okay. Is that, and I was with an organization where we needed to set we needed to have a term, but we could make a provision that there's no limit to the number of terms that you could serve. So what we got rid of was the evergreen, where somebody got elected and then they never, you didn't define their term. So I'm listening to this particular point about 10 years of saying, do I agree that, 5 terms is enough and somebody needs to go? My observation, because I've done this kind of work in Southern California and up here, and in this area, it's a little bit different, I think. And I think we have a lot of smaller nonprofits, and sometimes there are really good reasons that someone is still an effective board member even after having been served for 10 years. So I think a lot of it is individual, and that's my purpose for disagreeing with setting a number, because I think that's arbitrary, and it depends on the organization and its needs. And it's not always an issue of bringing new people to the gala or new people to the table, and it's not just institutional knowledge. We had, in one of my organizations, we had a board member who turned 97 when she decided that she would run again for her third. And I said to her, don't you worry, when you hit the next one and make your decision, we're going to monetize that. And she says, I'll help you. And unfortunately, she didn't make that, but she tried.
What are other ways that board members can stay involved besides being an active member on the board? What are other ways that they can be involved? Because you're right, case by case, there are some instances where, particularly with small nonprofits, you need this one, that we can extend service. But what are some other ways?
For a board member to become
Stay involved. If they don't want to roll off, but they can still stay involved.
You create an advisory group, and then but the thing with term limits, it's great to have them if you want to have that, but you have to have a strategy for succession so that, as the gentleman was mentioning earlier, you don't find yourself at the end of the day with your pants down or your dress up, depending upon your gender. But but the whole thing is making sure that there is some sort of strategy so that as people term out, you're building up the next generation. And you want to take advantage of the institutional knowledge of those that have left the organization or have termed out. And I think that the creation of an advisory council is one way to do that.
Yeah, I think an advisory council, I know of an organization that's created a very active emeriti board status, if you will, and 4 times a year they invite their emeriti board members to come back. They have receptions, but they also invite them to come back and sit in on a meeting to get them to weigh in. So I think you can be creative in how you keep people involved and engaged. And of course, the size of an organization, we know that board service changes with the maturity of an organization, right? So grassroots organizations are going to need hands-on working boards, right? And then as the organization gets larger and larger, becomes more sophisticated, it gets more staff, it gets more resources, they may need the board to fold napkins, right? They need the board to do other things. So as the organization morphs and changes, so will your board. And so if your organization is still really small, then yes, you might need board members who are willing to come in, particularly retirees who can come in and make the phone calls and do the things that you don't have staff to do. So it depends, definitely depends on the organization. But I do think we need to do a better job of creating a pipeline so that when a seat opens up, we're not scrambling, right? We have some folks already lined up who've been advisory committee members, they've served on a committee, they've been volunteers, right? So that you're not scrambling. I have clients who will come to me and it's like, oh my God, 5 of our board members are leaving and we don't have anyone to, and I'm like, oh my goodness, what have you been doing for the last year, right? If you know you have folks that are about to term out, you need to start recruiting now. So we're going to talk more about recruitment. This was I can see the recruitment topic is a hot one for you all. Okay. All right, where were we? A nonprofit board can legally vote via email without a formal meeting. If it's in your bylaws and maybe approved by your state, but not generally. If it's in your bylaws and approved by your state, yes. But I would say on average it's fall. Do you vote via email? It's in your bylaws?
Yes. That's approved, so we do it and then we approve it formally at board meetings.
We do a unanimous written consent form, so it can't just be an email response.
Second.
Yeah, give it to Jeff.
We don't just do an email response, we have a unanimous written consent form, essentially a board resolution if we have to do something by email, and we use DocuSign to evidence the signatures on that document.
Okay.
So a simple email might seem like the same thing, it's not a formalized unanimous written consent approval by the board. So it's essentially a board resolution via email and DocuSign.
Thank you. Anyone else voting via email? Hi. Do me a favor, say your name too so I know who I'm speaking with. Our technology, we're not getting it together today.
Terry Donaldson with
Hi, Terry.
California Care Force.
Hi, Terry.
We have rarely needed to do online, but when we do, it is unanimous. It must be a unanimous vote, and then it's published for the whole group, and that is it's in our bylaws.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I did double check that, and what I read was if it's in your bylaws and or if it's approved by your state. All right. What about board members must personally donate to the nonprofit to fulfill their fiduciary duties? True or false? False. We're going to talk about fundraising in a little bit later. Huh? Lame but false, yes. We're going to talk about fundraising and board members as donors. Every nonprofit board is required to have committees. False. All right, so you guys did good. Thank you. All right, so let's just break this down. Why do nonprofit boards matter in the first place? Why do we care? Who cares whether we have a board or not? Accountability, absolutely. What's going on with that mic?
Also needs to be a focal point, particularly when we're relying on donors, that donors have a place to go if there's an issue that they have with regards to the governance of the nonprofit. There has to be some place of responsibility of making sure that the organization is fulfilling its specific mission.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything else to add? Oh, over here, hi.
Hi, I'm Brandy Waters with Plaster Land Trust. Expertise.
Hi, Brandy.
Hi, good morning. Expertise from various industries.
Absolutely, expertise. Yes, we just hope they share it. Yes.
I'm Margot Fulmer from
Hi,
T-Flag. Direction.
Give us some direction.
Direction for the group.
Let's hope they do that. Sometimes they don't. But yes. Does anyone have anything else to add about why boards matter in the first place? Hi. Ooh, look at those funky glasses. Ooh, we should trade. Yes. What's your name? Hi, Diane. Hi.
I'm Diane with Branches at the Carnegie, and I think the most important thing a board does is set the mission and vision and your goals of what you're trying to achieve, and then they are there to provide accountability and oversight of what's happening, whether it's financial or ideas or getting closer to that goal.
So staff can do that. What do we need a board for? Staff can do that. Why do we need a board, Diane?
Well, I'll let you take that.
Very good. That was a good comeback. Absolutely. Staff can do it. Why do we need boards? Somebody else have a quick response?
I don't know how quick, but we have a governing board in part because we're a 7-county joint powers. And so we need to have governing board members from each county to be able to come and represent their community. And we also have an advisory council that also comes from each of the 7 counties that we represent. And so they bring the voice of their community, because otherwise you can't have one organization representing 7 counties and doing a good job of it.
Right. I mean, hopefully and ideally you have people on your board who are representing the community that you're serving. Ideally, right? And if that's the case, and we said the organization belongs to who? The community, right? And so definitely having folks at the top who are making the governing decisions representing that community, bringing those needs of that community to the table is what's going to keep your mission front and center. All right, does someone else have a comment or question? All right. Well, your grandma might be shocked to know that there are some boards who are doing it right. I would say far fewer than those who are not, but these days boards have become more sophisticated. They're collaborating with management, making sure they're not just implementing, but they're also setting policy. And that's really what we want now. We want thought partners. We want people who can come in with big vision ideas and talk to us about whether we should buy a building or expand a program, or whether we should merge with another organization. We need people on the table who can think, right? Not just come and stamp a budget, but people who really want to come in and bring their expertise and bring their vision and insight into what is the direction of this organization, not just now, but in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, right? We want them to be able to compete for funding. Who are your competitors? A lot of times I'll ask board members, who else in the community does what you do? And I get blank stares. I'm like, you should know this. You should know. If you're going to compete for dollars, you need to know who you're competing with, right? Making sure you're using data. That's a problem anyway with nonprofits. Making decisions, not using data to make smart decisions, particularly in fundraising, right? Making sure you're following the money, tracking government following government shifts, and we know what's going on right now. Advocating as laws impact missions, right? Knowing the ecosystem for which your organization is a part of, not just the mission, the ecosystem, the broader community. And so this is what I always ask my clients: are you sharing information about the ecosystem with your board? Not just your newsletter, the newsletter that's going on in the broader community about homelessness or about child obesity. And a lot of times I get no. They need to be kept abreast of what's going on in the ecosystem, right? Making sure there's what do we call it? A business continuity plan, like an emergency plan in case something goes crazy, like a pandemic, right? Making sure now everyone's wanting to center equity. We're going to talk a little bit about DEI in a little bit. And then treating a nonprofit like a business. What's the difference between a business and a nonprofit? A tax code. That's it. We don't want to be broke just because we're a nonprofit. Oh, we don't want to end the year with $500,000 in the bank. You bet we do. Who wants to have 10 days cash? I've worked for organizations where we've had 10 days cash. We didn't know how we were going to make payroll. Who wants to operate like that? Particularly not as the fundraiser. Treating nonprofits like it is a business, although with a heart, right? So we're going to talk about what's outdated about traditional boards and what's needed for the future, right? So what we're seeing now is there's new governance models, you guys, because guess what? The old governance model is not working in some instances. And so nonprofits are getting creative and savvy, and they're going, wait a minute, we've been doing it this way for 50 years, it's not working, maybe we should try something else. And so we're seeing lots of different things, right? Traditional board structures aren't a one-size-fits-all. So I've seen all kinds of things. I've seen organizations who will allow a husband and a wife to share one seat. Interesting. And I interviewed about 6 couples who serve on this board, and they each represent one seat, and they love it, and it works. They say, our kids think we're cool. We have something to talk about around the dinner table. We volunteer as a family. When he's out of town, I can still go and represent both of us, and we can have quorum. What do you think about that? Husband and wife sharing a board seat. Does it have to be a husband and wife? Fractional board service. Anybody heard of the fractional movement that's going on right now? You know what I mean when I say fractional? So fractional board service is you bring in someone who's a board member for just 3 months because you're working on a specific problem or project. Working on a capital campaign. You're bringing in a new CEO who needs to be onboarded. And you're bringing in someone who has expertise in whatever that project or problem that you're trying to solve. You have them come and serve on the board for 6 months, and then they roll off. Who knew? How about we have a board where the state law says we only need 3 on paper. So we're going to have 3. They're going to come in, they're going to stamp the budget, they're going to make sure the 990 goes out, they're going to do the performance evaluation of the ED, and then they're gone. And then we're going to have an advisory group, or whatever we call them, advisory team, who are boots on the ground people, who are volunteers and staff and vendors and people who are intimately involved with the mission of the organization, making the day-to-day decisions about what happens. So people are starting to think differently about what boards look like. What does board service look like? What works for us? Because the old way is not working. We can't get a quorum. People are not engaged. They don't want to give money. They think this is just a resume builder. Whatever. You've heard it all. I've heard it all. When you think about these new structures, this new way of thinking, would your grandma be shocked? When you think about the husband and wife board seat, anybody got a thought on that? Is that weird? Love it. They might have 2 different leadership focuses.
Yeah, one may be real strong, one may be real strong in governance, and the other one's like, okay, kind of. So I think that, I don't know if that would be detrimental to their marriage sometimes, but I don't think, I'm a believer in one leader, because if you have co-leaders, it hardly ever works, I don't think, so.
And I thought when I first heard about this organization, I thought it was going to be mostly young people, because I thought, well, these are young people, they think crazy things. But there were actually 2 older couples who were on there whose kids were grown and retired. And they loved this model, to be able to serve on this board together in one capacity. So it's not just a young person's thing. What do you think?
I got the mic.
You have a mic? She has the mic. I'm sorry. I'm coming back. Hot pink. Don't worry. I'll be right there. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi. I've served in organizations where husbands and wives were allowed to both be board members, like full board members. And that consolidates power in a way that's unhealthy, I think. So I like this as an alternative to that for sure.
For one seat? Okay. We need to go back to the lady in the hot pink shirt. Hi. I'm coming.
Hi.
You guys, my shoes are about to come off.
Well, I've got the flats. Come on, you can have mine.
You got some flats? Oh, those are nice. I like those. Okay. Who's speaking?
Colleen.
Hi, Colleen.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
My husband and I are both very active in our community on multiple nonprofits, and we saw an example of a husband and wife team on one of the local boards, and we made a vow to each other before we delved into all of this that we would never serve on the same board together. Well, 1, to save our marriage, but 2, what everybody else is talking about. But what we do is completely support each other in those boards, and so we're always volunteering. Like, I volunteer my time for any board he's on. And at one point, we got to 7 boards between us.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so...
Your kids are grown.
Pardon?
Your kids are grown and gone?
Oh, we don't have our own.
Okay, so you have plenty of time.
We have 800 orphans in Vietnam, but we don't have our own, so.
7 organizations?
Yes,
How do you do
yes.
it?
Well, we stopped finally after about 6
Yeah.
years. But yeah, no, that was a vow we made. We're not going to be on the same board, but we'll support
But you
each other
support
100%.
one another.
Mhm.
That's great, that's great. Any other comments about that or any other? What about the model where you just have the 3 people come in, they look at the budget, they make sure the 990 is filed, they do the performance evaluation of the CEO, and then they go away for the rest of the year. And then we just have, I don't know what you want to call it, they have all different kinds of names, but some kind of creative group that we've pulled together of volunteers, staff, vendors, people who are boots on the ground in that community, making day-to-day decisions about the organization because they're close, they're proximate to the work. They're in the shelter, they're in the hospital, they're at the daycare center, where sometimes board members are not proximate. What do you think about this model? Anybody? Any thoughts?
I was actually part of something similar where we were a coalition of nonprofits and citizens. And so we didn't want to incorporate as a 501c3, but we had a steering committee, an executive committee, and we all got together and we decided in order to make the financials work, where people could donate to help support one of the causes within the coalition, we needed to incorporate it as a 501c3, but we didn't want all of the other things that comes with that. So we did it for essentially those reasons. So you could accept donations, file your 990, and that was all they did. And then the executive committee still functioned as an executive committee, but it was really, the coalition had many committees, and then they were representatives of nonprofits and individuals, and in that way, they didn't have to be part of the organization. So it was essentially friends of the coalition group to accept donations that could then funnel money to those committees to get the work done that they did. And it was really active coalition that had been around for like 25 years. And so it was able to maintain that same model and structure while having the impact in the community without formally incorporating and all of the other things that come with that would have been challenging.
I love it. And you know what you're going to find, guys, is there's no one answer. Every organization is different, every board is different, and what works for you may not work for you, right? So you just have to find the right fit. But I just like that people are starting to think outside of the box and realize that we don't have to do it this way because that's the way we've always done it. We're going to do it in such a way that it's effective, where we feel like our organization is being supported properly. Let me make sure I just want to make sure some other board trends that we're seeing. Boards are getting smaller. As I said, the average size of a board in the United States is about 15. But again, it depends on the size of your organization. 35 is really unusual, and usually hospitals and big organizations have boards of that size. I always ask about the budget and the resources that you have, right? A lot of the grassroots organizations only have, 5, right? They can't get more than that. But they need people who are gonna come and actually roll up their sleeves and work. I think 13 to 15 is probably, if your organization is 5 to 10 million, bigger organizations maybe more. Fewer meetings. This every month thing, too much. I don't know about you, it seems like every day I'm rolling the trash to the curb. I'm like, is it Tuesday again? Anybody with me on this? It's like time is just flying by so quickly. You go to a board meeting and you're like, okay, went to a board meeting. And then you get an email the next day, date for new board meeting in 3 weeks. You're like, oh. So as a respect for people's time, they're saying, do we need to meet every month? Is that too much? Now, smaller organizations that are just getting started, maybe. What about bi-monthly? What about quarterly? Now, once a year, I've had an organization tell me they meet once a year. I think that's too few. But people are saying, we're busy, we have a lot of things going on, every month is just too much. How many people have organizations that their boards meet every month? Because that's what we've always done. What would happen if you moved it to quarterly? Wouldn't work?
I think we would need to have another option like you talked about earlier where we could vote via email, because sometimes that's just too long to wait for decisions.
Well, sometimes the committees meet on the off month, right? So the committees have a time to meet and then they can report back in the larger meeting. All right, Skill-based recruitment. People are now coming up, they're doing their matrices, you know, where you put your, I don't know, is there matrices, matri? I don't know what the word is for double matrices. Where you fill out all of the, you guys know, you fill out all the information about your board members, their age, their gender, whatever. Matrices can be, you know, very long. I've had all kinds of matrices done. People put on there whether they want someone who's a Christian, someone who's a visionary, someone who is bilingual. Like, you can put on your matrix whatever you want, but using that matrix as your tool for recruitment. Who's missing on our board? What skill sets do we need? Really leaning into needs of the board and the organization, not just because he works at Wells Fargo, right? You got 18 people on your board with finance background. Do you need one more person with finance background on your board? I don't care, he works at Wells Fargo. Ask him for a gift, keep it moving. Put him in the pipeline for the next role, right? I'm just saying, you might need to diversify. Prioritizing equity and inclusion, embracing digital governance. How are you guys doing in this arena? Is your board's embracing digital governance? Okay, we're going to talk about it a little bit. We're going to talk about AI in a little bit. Okay, focusing on board culture and engagement and fundraising as a collective responsibility. What do you think that means, fundraising as a collective responsibility? Does somebody, I heard it? Who said it? What'd you say? Everybody gets the fundraiser. You get the fundraiser. You get the fundraiser. You get the fundraiser. It's not just the responsibility of the director of development. We're about fundraisers in the room. We need a group hug afterwards, right? Everybody at the organization fundraises. The board, the staff, the ED, the director of development, the guy who cleans the bathroom. I don't care. Everybody gets to ask. Everybody gets to advocate. Everyone gets to be an ambassador for the organization. It doesn't fall just on one person. I think boards are starting to, some boards are starting to understand that. All right, so these are just some of the trends we see. Okay, I need to move forward because, you know, I can be verbose, you guys. You guys gotta move me along. Keep me on task. Jim, keep me on task. Yeah, snap, snap, Crystal. That's what I want you to say. Okay, board challenges. Oh, 17 slides for this one, right? Weak leadership, power struggles, lack of clarity about what we're supposed to be doing. They're not engaged, limited knowledge of the community, some of the things we've talked about. Toxic culture, right? Failure to adapt to changes, neglect of legal and fiduciary responsibilities, fundraising and financial oversight. Did I get them all? Did I miss something? Okay, lots and lots of challenges we're still having. Let's talk about Sheila. Oh, Sheila. You got a question or a comment, sir?
I just want to mention that you missed difficult board members. It's always difficult to have to exit a difficult board member. Well, sometimes it's necessary.
Toxic culture, yeah. Having to ask
I'm talking about one individual, not the culture.
Oh, you're talking about one person that's making it funky. We're about to talk about Sheila right now. Just perfect timing. Perfect timing. Okay. Perfect timing.
Sheila's not on our board.
Any Sheilas in the room? Anybody in the room named Sheila? Okay, good. Sheila is a 49-year-old board member serving for 3 years, and she has become a growing concern due to repeated disruptive behavior. While she is a vice president at a bank and a generous $50,000 donor, her actions are impacting board dynamics and effectiveness. Oh, Sheila. Chronic disruptions. She's frequently late. She's taking phone calls during the meeting. She has missed the last 2 meetings, and in a previous session, she even fell asleep, right? She has a negative attitude. She's dismissive, argumentative, and contrary, creating tension. In today's meeting, her distasteful remark resulted in an uncomfortable silence, signaling harm to a board culture. And given the pattern of her behavior, the committee is considering whether to ask Sheila to resign. All right, so here are my questions. How does Sheila's behavior impact board cohesion and effectiveness? I really want to ask, how do we get Sheila off this board? Okay, what steps should we be taking to address her conduct? How do we balance accountability with her contributions as a donor? And what lessons can we take from the situation to strengthen board expectations moving forward? All right, we got a situation, y'all. Oh, Sheila. What are we going to do about Sheila? What to do about Sheila? What do we do? How do we handle this? She's disruptive. She's creating toxic culture. Yes. What kind of feedback?
Having on the group.
Who should give her this feedback?
The chairman of the board.
The chairman of the board.
The chairperson of the board, excuse me.
The chairman of the board. She says, give her some feedback in a safe space. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, treat her with respect
Okay.
and dignity. Let her retain her dignity.
Okay.
So she doesn't get, I was angry
Okay.
or defensive or upset. Give her an opportunity to respond. Help her understand the impact that her behavior is having on the rest of the board. And see what happens.
I think given,
some people just need to know.
I think given what we know about Sheila, she's going to get angry. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
What else? What else? Somebody else. How we handle Sheila? What do you think?
Background, yeah.
Oh, we got to get the mic. Yes.
Elvira.
Elvira, hi.
Hi. So I think first I would take inventory of how everyone on the board is showing up. I think that in these cases, it's important. I mean, it definitely would, I assume, affect the, I guess, the morale of the team. Yet, if one person feels singled out while not everyone's meeting what expectations are, then that can create more tension. And I'm also thinking about the donors' money that's coming in as well, and how important that is, or maybe to the organization. So being very gentle in that way of first, let's take an inventory of where everyone is, where can we all make improvements, and then I think it would be on the chairperson to have maybe a private meeting with Sheila. For me, I lean into more like the relationship and the rapport building, so I would say like something a little like more off the books of like going to dinner and kind of understanding Sheila a little bit more, where she comes from, like a little bit just more about her history, to understand maybe why she's showing up in these ways, and then potentially gently providing some of that feedback, and kind of moving from there.
Oh, Elvira, will you be my best friend? She's so sweet. You think we need to jump through all these hoops for Sheila? What do you
No.
think? She's
I
being
don't.
very, very kind. Who thinks we should not be so kind to Sheila?
Hi, Dave, Plaster Food Bank, now Feeding the Foothills.
Hi.
Hi. So we've experienced something very similar to that started with one board member and grew into 3.
Ooh.
And the dynamics of it moved all the way up to the chairperson that was inept in handling the HR side of this, even to the point where there was actually an investigation on one board member.
Oh, wow.
Even in all those circumstances, the board did not understand itself enough to realize that there was very actionable things that needed to happen. One of the things that has been a little bit more helpful for me is to engage with the executive committee, because I've had a problem with chairs. Where things get stalemated at the chair, doesn't get down to the appropriate, so now you have to really exercise the executive committee. And going back to the last comment, then you have to set the expectations across the board with all board members, right? But I can tell you that it probably was one of the, I've had this twice in my career as an executive director, and in both instances, you would have had a mass exodus, not just with myself, but also the director team.
What do you think he could have done in this case with 3 board members now revolting? What would be smart to do in this particular case? Hi.
Hi, so I'm Alexia. I'm with Almost Free to All, which operates branches at the Carnegie.
Hi, Pamela.
It's Alexia.
Did you say Pamela?
Alexia.
Alexia. Oh, Lord. I'm so
Alex
sorry.
works really well, then
I
you don't have to
can't
worry.
hear. I'm
That's all
sorry.
right.
Okay.
No worries. So, okay, so looking at this, we're talking about nonprofits acting as a business and acting in a professional capacity to the state that we can. In this case, when you're dealing with a difficult person who has behavioral issues, and it's been brought up and it's obvious that they've tried to do something, the next step is a written plan for, hey, look, we're having a lot of trouble. Here's some options for how to improve. We need you to take active listening. We need you to take some, dealing with difficult people, whatever the trainings are, and the resources are out there. Get them a plan, sit down, talk about what these things are with key indicators of you're making progress. In the event you do not make this progress, the board is prepared to release you and set it up so this person has-
training, like, is it for the whole board or just for her?
Well, it can be for the whole board if the whole board is involved, but if it is one specific person whose behavior is disruptive because they don't actively listen, they don't participate properly, they don't have time management, whatever it is, help them to improve, give them that opportunity, and at that point, if they cannot achieve that after a respectable amount of time, they're informed this is going to be, if you cannot achieve this, then you're released. And that way, that person has the choice to improve and knows that there are consequences coming if they fail to do so.
Very rational. I like that. Anybody else have?
Oh, lots.
Oh, we got lots of comments. Hi.
So I'm Kathy Johnson with
Hi,
Placer.
Kathy.
Hi, with Placer Land Trust, and I've had experience with different boards. But I think one of the big questions here is her donation amount. Now, if she were a board member that didn't donate, that only donates $500 instead of $50,000, what would we be doing? Would we be treating this person differently because they didn't give as much money? And so I think that that's the big thing that everybody wants to step around because, well, she gives $50,000. Now, is that $50,000 yearly, or has that been an accumulation over multiple years? And a lot of times when board members do give that kind of money, they feel entitled. And I think, hearing all the comments, is that like one of the big questions is, how would we treat a board member differently if they weren't donating that much money or that amount?
I love it. I was wondering when somebody was going to bring the money up. Yeah, I think that's a huge, huge question. Yeah, we got a lot of questions, a lot of response. Okay, we got, oh, hi.
I want to take it from a different perspective.
Tell me your name first.
Gloria Deckridge.
Hi, Gloria.
What do you do if it's your executive director, it's your chairman
The chair.
of the board?
I was thinking the same thing. How does this situation change if it's the chair of the board? This is getting juicy. If this is the chair of the board, how do we handle this? And not only is the chair, but she's given $50,000 as the chair. How do we handle it? Who do we report to? Who's her supervisor? What do we do? Not so many hands up anymore.
Right here.
We got someone? We got someone over here? Okay.
So I am Lisa, I represent Feeding the Foothills, and I am a new board member, so I'm loving all of this today. But I want to tag on what you said earlier. That money is important to the organization. And as you manage through this, I'm also a leader of people in my career. You got to address it at the beginning. You got to talk about it. And maybe as you're sitting and talking with Sheila, she's missed a couple meetings, so maybe this commitment is too much for her, and let's figure out another way you can support us and still be a part, but not impact your busy schedule.
I love that answer. I think that's a good answer. Okay, we got lots of hands raised back here. Hi.
Hi. We did have the situation, and the chairperson being the difficult.
Oh.
Yeah. And so it fell to the vice president of the organization to have a conversation with that individual. And to the last point, that the chairperson wasn't even aware of their behavior and how it was being perceived or witnessed. And so having that conversation was instrumental in navigating that change. For us, it was fortunate. We didn't have to go too far, but start the conversation.
That's a good point. Sometimes people are behaving in ways they don't realize how it's landing. They don't understand that people are being offended or harmed by what they're saying or doing, and sometimes we have to point it out. So did this person apologize and change afterwards? Yeah. Who says we shouldn't be all this sweetness that we're giving Sheila? Who says, let's just kick her off the board? It's time for her to go. Anybody feel like that? Kick rock, Sheila.
No. Is this my turn?
Okay, go on, girl. You got the mic. What's your name?
So I'm Bree from Sierra Mental Wellness Group. I am in finance and HR.
And we have a current interim president right now, and he put it in a really good perspective for me anyway, and there's smart money and there's dumb money. And, you know, smart money and smart investment makes sense, and dumb money is dumb money, and is it really worth the hassle and the frustration? And if you have fundraisers, then go find more people to make up that 50,000 so that Sheila can be gone.
Rocks, Sheila, take your 50 grand with you. Dumb money. All right, this is juicy. Hi, what do you say? Wait, who has the mic? I want to make sure. I'm sorry, I got to go in the water. Okay.
Okay, I come from Paulette Benedict
Hi, Paulette.
Assistance League.
Hey.
Good morning. I come from a 100% volunteer organization.
Okay.
So, and we're always saying, well, we're all a bunch of volunteers, but we still have to accept that we have strengths and weaknesses. So Sheila is screaming for attention. She's late, she doesn't do what she's supposed to do. So we have to redirect her attention. Look for her strength and find it and fill it with Sheila.
Yeah, are we therapists here? What? Do we have to
Do I sound like a therapist?
A little bit.
Oh, no, I'm a mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. I hear you though. I hear you. I'm not in any way judging. I think they're all good answers to be considered. I don't know if there's one good answer. I'm from New York. I'm like, kick rock, Sheila. Take you and your 50 grand and keep it moving. We'll find someone else. You can't come in. Because what if we continue to let this happen, what is the message that we're sending to the board? What are our values here? That's the question for me. What are the values of this organization, of this board? Throw a whole bunch of money at us and you can do whatever you want? You can come in here and make us all crazy? We're volunteers. He said $50,000 is $50,000. Let's.
No, I'm saying that you're going to throw that money away by talking about her. So just get rid of her.
He said just get rid of her. Okay, over here.
Well, I would basically tell her she has to do this Not Your Grandma's nonprofit training. There's a lovely lady that has some information for you. Well, I think first of all is bank managers don't make that much money. They're only like $89,000 average here in Lincoln, California. So either she's from a financially well-off family, she's financially well-off herself. It's kind of like, what is your motivation? You know, what are the things that are driving her? Because she wants to be part of the board, she wants to contribute. And if she's a bank manager, I'm like, I don't know what bank that is, but if they're showing up late, they're not doing all these things, they're not accountable as a person, I'd be wary of what bank she's coming from.
I don't know if I said he's concerned about the bank. Did I say what bank?
No, you didn't say she's a bank manager.
Well, we can make it any bank. It doesn't
bank
matter what
manager
bank.
is $89,000 a year, and she's donating $50,000. She's somehow
I don't know if
laundering
she makes
money.
$89,000. She's a vice president. She may make $200. She might live in D.C. or New York. She might make $250,000.
But I would still find out what's her motivation for being on the board. What's our mission? And try to guide her to, and if she doesn't, maybe even guide her to say, well, we really like to have you as part of our fundraiser committee, and you can have your own special ad hoc committee in Hawaii.
You're gonna give her some more responsibility?
Yeah, give her a responsibility ad hoc
I wouldn't give her the fundraising responsibility.
Just for the 50K. She has to add to that.
She's late. She's disruptive.
She's got 50K. She can find 50 more K laying around. It's fine with me.
Okay, we're going to move forward because I think we're going to talk about this all day long. Does anyone have a burning comment you just want to share about this scenario? Because it's juicy, isn't it? Susan.
Shay.
I don't have to talk.
Susie, come on, let's hear it.
It's like she has $50,000. So what? If she's making the board toxic, they're volunteers. One of the roles you said was as fundraisers. They're not going to feel like going out and representing the organization if they're all in this mishigosh. So, all the ideas about kind of helping her get to where she needs to be, but then cut her loose and go on and raise the money yourself, the $50,000.
My question would be to this client, who are you as a board? Who are you? And who are you going to allow to come into your space? Because you can decide that, right? Values, principles. 50,000 is 50,000, but we'll get it from somewhere else. We're not going to allow this person to come in and make our lives crazy. Now, if she's willing to change, absolutely. You know, we can ask her, we can talk to her to see if she's willing, if she accepts responsibility, she realizes that some of the things that she's doing is causing the harm to the rest of us. If she's willing to change, then by all means keep her. But if she's not, and she's, you know, she's hostile and she's defensive, that's my opinion. Cut her loose.
The question about who deals with her, I think, is critical.
Who's speaking?
Because from my perspective,
Hi.
each of the board members is responsible during the meeting for giving her feedback. It should not be, oh, we all get together afterward and say, isn't Sheila a problem? When she goes to sleep during the meeting, a board member should knock her on the side and say, hey, wake up. When you go to sleep here, I feel like you're disrespecting what we're doing. So the feedback needs to be from the board members during the board meeting when her behavior is objectionable. When she walks in 2 hours late or an hour late or whatever, gee, Sheila, this does not feel like you respect what we're doing here. And then if the board members in all of their efforts are not successful, yes, board chairperson, somebody's designated to meet with her privately.
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Virgil Nelson.
Virgil said, wake her up, guys. Time to wake her up. She's asleep. We got more up here? Guys, we got to move on. This could be a whole case study. Okay.
I just wanted to say one more thing.
Yes.
I agree that she should leave the board if she doesn't acknowledge her behavior and she's not willing to change. But I think it's really important that you help her leave with dignity. Because when she goes back out into the community as her VP of bank, you're leaving her $50,000, biggie, no biggie. But the impact she can have on the community if you humiliate her through this process is going to be possibly negative. So there may be a way to help her make that exit gracefully and keep her dignity intact.
Okay. Okay. Hi. All right. Last comment. Hi, sis. What's your name?
I'm Adrienne Lawson, Pride Industries.
Hi.
I have a little different perspective.
Okay.
I was on a board some years ago that had a sergeant of arms.
Mm-hmm.
And you would get
Robert's
fined.
Rules of Order.
Yeah, you would get fined if you were late. And so that person, and then you had expectations in the bylaws.
You got fined if you were late?
Yes, you would get fined if you were late.
They're serious. Okay.
Or your phone went off, you would get fined.
Oh.
Yeah,
If
it
your
was
phone-
pretty strict.
If your phone went off,
If
you got
your phone
fined.
went-
Oh,
yes,
wow. This
Yes.
is-
And
yeah.
so there was, in the bylaws, there were expectations that all board members, including the chair, had to sign. And they also signed for the sergeant of arms to hold everybody accountable.
So that leads right into my next slide. Thank you for your comment. So if we do the right thing when we bring board members on, I'm going to get to your comment. If we do the right thing when we bring new board members on and we give them an agreement like this to say, this is what we expect of you, right? We expect that you're going to attend meetings. We expect that you're going to show up. We expect that you're going to respect the people in the room, that you're going to be engaging and contribute, and have them sign off on this agreement. Some people call it a contract. Some people call it a letter of agreement. But you let them know coming onto the board that there are expectations of you. And you can also create a culture statement, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. But a board commitment or letter or contract or something saying this is what we expect of you. And your board contract could be your board contract. You could say you're required to attend, we have 8 meetings where you're required to attend at least 6. You need to serve on a committee. You need to buy a table at the gala. You need to, whatever, give them an opportunity to engage. Or you can ask them, how would you like to contribute? Or I can have a reception at my home and bring in all my colleagues to come. Or I can make sure that I buy the table at the gala. Whatever you put in your contract, do it at the beginning of the fiscal year, every year. Because it may change, right? Have your board member initial the bottom. It's not a contract that you're going to take someone to court with, guys. We're not going to get an attorney. It's just an accountability document to say, this is what you agreed on at the beginning of the year when you first come on. This is how we do it here. You remember how your mom used to say, this is how we do it at our house? Because my son is quick to tell me, well, at Larry's house, that's Larry's house. In our house, we do it this way. Your agreement. So that hopefully, if Sheila starts acting crazy, we could pull out her agreement and say, Sheila, you signed off on this. We don't tolerate this kind of behavior here, Sheila. Thank you for your 50,000, but if this is what it's going to take, you and your 50, after, if you want to give her some counseling or therapy, we can do that. But she has to agree to make some changes. How many people have seen a contract or a letter of agreement or something when you sign on as a board member? Anybody signed one? How people never heard of it at all? You've heard of it, but you just never done it? So what is yours? Who signed on? Did you sign one? What did yours look like? What did it say?
Something similar to this. Very similar to this, you know, what you're committing to the organization, that you're going to serve on a committee, the gift that you're making, you know, what your volunteer activities will be.
Yeah. I think they're good because you're setting the tone when the person first comes into the meeting that this is a serious commitment, it's an obligation that you've made, and we expect that you're going to come in and you're going to be part of this community in a meaningful way and not disrupting. Yeah, hi.
We do have a code of conduct that our board members sign first meeting that we have.
Good. They sign it and then do they revisit it after a while, or did they just sign it the first time?
Along with a letter of expectation from the board of directors as an agreement.
Okay.
So it's a discussion and we have a new board every year, so it's a challenge
You have a
every
new board
year.
every year?
Every
Oh my.
year.
Okay, we'll
So
talk.
we have a lot of conduct to
Yeah.
direct.
Yes, that's a lot. Okay, we'll talk later. Okay, all right, so what I want to do is I want to give you a 10-minute break because we've had a lot of good, juicy conversation, but folks may need to use the restroom or make a phone call. Come back in 10. So what time is it, you guys? Let's do a time check. 10:15. 10:15. Come chat with me if you have questions or comments. I'm at the front. Okay, hello, let's get back. Hello, we're gonna get started. All right. You guys, the premises here are so beautiful. I had a chance to stand outside for a minute. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you haven't had a chance to step out, please do so. It's wonderful. All right. Well, thank you so much for the comments and the questions I've had on the break. I really appreciate that. I really want to hear from you. If there's anything that I'm not sharing that you want me to share, please feel free. Or if you have a question, please feel free to come up and ask me during the breaks. I'm going to call on my girl Angie in just a minute, but I want to start off by asking you a question. How's your soul? We got a lot going on right now in the world. A lot going on in the world. So much so that I have to turn the news off some days. I just cannot. It's too much. We got political chaos, we have unsteady climate temperatures, we have wars, we have inflation pending, recession pending. How are you managing? It's a lot. How's your soul? Who wants to share? What brings you joy? What brings you joy right now? What makes you smile? Flowers. Purple flowers. Purple is my color, yes. What brings you joy?
Nature.
Nature.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in spite of all that's going on, making sure that I'm taking the time and putting it on my calendar.
Going out for walks and things?
And on the water, and yep.
I love, oh, in the water, yes. Okay. Over here, how's your soul? What's your name, sir?
Well, Souls, my name is Jeff Davis.
Hi, Jeff.
Our organization is a faith-based organization. So, Jeff Davis, we're a faith-based organization, and we know that what we're doing has eternal value. So that's the motivation that makes everything go, regardless of all the craziness in the world.
I love it. Focus on mission. Focus on why you're doing this work in the first place. What brings you joy? Over here.
This whole table, our joy is roller derby. And we're
It's
here.
what?
Roller derby.
Roller derby. All right, this is the roller derby table. I love it. Okay. Over here, what brings you joy? Norma.
Norma Santiago, Sierra State Parks Foundation Board President. What brings me joy is knowing that the work we do has a positive impact on the lives of so many people. Personally, and I don't want to get too preachy, but my relationship with Jesus Christ is very, very important to me. And I find strength in that.
I love that. Thank you so much. I feel the same way. Thank you. I'm a Jesus follower too. All right. Thank you. What brings you joy at this table? What brings you joy?
Oh my goodness, I absolutely adore what I do. I love animals, so we rescue animals so they can rescue people. So I have it on both sides. I have the animals, I have the people. We have a community garden.
Oh, I love community gardens.
My son wanted to say something too.
I was going to say watching people succeed and being able to offer that.
I love it. Thank you. Watching people succeed. Thank you. All right. Over here. Let's get to every table. What brings you joy? Who's talking? Hi, Gary.
Gary McDonald, Lighthouse
Hi.
Counseling and Family Resource Center and Stenda Placer. During these difficult times, I really have decided that the only way I can get through this is get closer to God and to, when I look at people, realize that God is in them as well. And so no matter what happens, no matter how much I might find that person distasteful, what they do, they are not what they do, but they are part of God. So very much what was said over there. And so it's a great question, how's your soul? And we need to really get a little closer to God and accept each other as a part of God.
Thank you so much, Gary. Oh, wow, I love these personal reflections. Okay, wait a minute. I'll be right back, you guys. I got to come this way. Okay, hi.
Oh, you can stay there in the middle.
Okay.
I'm Ann Brown with the Auburn Symphony, and I got to give a big shout out to the arts. The arts brings everybody together. And there's so much beauty in any type of arts that you choose to enjoy. And when they all come together, it's even better.
I love it. Thank you.
Over here.
Uh-oh, where we at? Okay.
Over here. Should I go? No.
Hi.
Hi, Linda Yaffe, Literacy Support Council of Placer County. Tai Chi brings me joy. I offer 3 free classes every week. Contact me, all are welcome.
Oh, wow. Okay. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Okay.
Back over here. What brings you joy?
I'm Natalie with Hip Hop Congress. So struggling, to be honest, right now. But what brings me joy, I have 2 beautiful grandkids, and the people that I work with are amazing. They're friends. They're, there's no toxicity involved with us, and so it makes it easier to lean on each other when things are rough. We take a lot of trips to Pacifica. That's just getting away when it's hot, and yeah, that's
I love
that's
it.
where we're at.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? What brings you joy? Back here.
Kathy Dunbar, Governor-elect of Seroptimus International of the Sierra Nevada. What brings me joy and us is that we're not political, we're not religious organization, we're global, and all we do is empower women and girls through education.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Over here.
My name is Nikki Dieters. I'm with Gigi's Playhouse Sacramento. We're a Down Syndrome Achievement Center. And I would love to hook up with you for some tutoring. And my joy is volunteering with individuals with Down syndrome, watching them achieve their goals, whether it's literacy tutoring, speech tutoring, dance program, kitchen, watching them learn how to cook. It's just so much joy.
I love it. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Back here?
Oh, I'm over here.
Oh, hi.
Hi, I'm Janice Carey with the Assistance League of Greater Placer. And probably what brings me the most joy is a child's smile. We have a lot of children's programs. We have 13 programs, but a lot of them are towards kids. And nothing's more fun than seeing a child get new clothes or get new shoes or get a book, all that we're able to give to them. It gives us much more, gives back more than what we give out. But it is a joyful experience.
Wonderful. Thank you. More?
Hi, my name's Angie, and I'm with Colfax Chamber, and we actually are going through a little bit of a renewal. We have a lot of older board members who stepped out, and we got new ones coming in. So what's joyful for me is collaborating with this new blood in our community and coming up with different events to engage the members of our community and the businesses as well. So we do trivia night, we're talking about pop-up karaoke, chili contests, having the businesses do the chili. So just all these ideas, and we're just needing to organize them and make them happen, but it brings me joy. I'm happy to do it, be a part of it, and we collaborate with other nonprofits also. It's not just us doing it ourselves. So we're a small community, we're competing for resources, volunteerism, stuff like that, so we learn to work together. So we have like the city council, we have other nonprofits, and we collaborate together to make these events happen. And I just love it. I enjoy it. So
wow, I can hear it in
we
your
enjoy
voice.
it too.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, you know what brings me joy? These shoes, guys. I took off those professional heels and put on some flats. But no, I got a text message from my son, who on most cases tells me I'm lame, to let me know that he wished me a wonderful training today and that he loved me. He's 15. He used to be cute. Remember the picture on the? He's 6 feet tall and stinky now, but I still love him. Trying to get him to just brush his teeth, for crying out loud. But yeah, I was so shocked when I got that message this morning. Mom, I love you. Have a great training today. I was like, oh my God. I had to check it twice. Like, oh my God, is this from him? I think it's really important during these times for us to focus on what brings us joy, because we can be pulled down by all of the negative energy that we're experiencing. The TV and the services and the government employees and the wars and the polarization. It's horrible. So I just say we can't get away from it, but when you can take a moment to do something that brings you joy, or remember why you're doing the work you do every day, why you get up every morning and go into the office, do that. Stand outside, get some fresh air, or get on the water, or roller derby, or whatever it is. But please plan timing. You know how we plan all of our schedules out? I have to actually say, 15 minutes, go take a walk. Literally. Because, you see, I work from home, so I love being able to come out like this, but you can sit in the house all daggone day, you forget the sun is shining outside. So I thought it was really important for us to just take a moment to just have that experience, to share our experiences together, because I just wanted to acknowledge that this is a really tough time in our country right now. And we just have to, for those who are praying people, you have to stay prayed up. I'm a praying woman, and I just pray that we can get through all of this. So thank you for that exercise. Angie Dixon, where you got, girl? You wanted to say something. Hey.
Angie from First Tee, Greater Sacramento. I just wanted to share when we were talking about the board member agreement. So our board went through a major transformation about 12 years ago, 10 to 12 it took. And one of the things that was just pivotal in that is having the board member agreement. So we changed to have that, and basically anytime I meet with a prospective board member, I show them that document before they even sign on the dotted line to become a board member. They see what the responsibilities are of a board member, serving on a committee, the give-get minimum, being engaged in going to the programs, the different things that are required of a board member. And then each month we have a board scorecard that goes out. It's a color-coded board scorecard, and it shows how they're doing in all of the areas that are their board member responsibilities. So I just wanted to share that that was a big deal for us with that board member agreement, and it's something we have them re-sign every year. We go over it. We have a board orientation that goes through that as well. We assign board mentors, really to make sure that they understand before they join the board what they're getting into, but also that there's a level of accountability through that scorecard as they move through.
Thank you for sharing. Very, very timely information. We're going to talk a little bit more about all of that in a little bit later, Angie. Okay, guys, the world is changing. Where are my baby boomers in the room? Hey, guys. I tell folks, don't count us out yet. We're still the lion's share of charitable donors in this country. But the world is changing. Doesn't look the way it used to look. Our young people are like aliens to me. They look and think very different, right? And so we need to acknowledge that. And this is what I tell my clients. The world is changing. We cannot get away from, as much as they want to get rid of DEI, we can't get away from the fact that the world is changing. Young people, some of them don't have the same hang-ups as older folks have. They're working with people of different colors and different races and different sexual identities, more so than we ever did. So they don't have the same hang-ups that we have. As of 2022, approximately 40% of Americans identify with a race or ethnic group other than non-Hispanic whites. The United States is projected to become a minority nation by 2045, with non-Hispanic whites comprising about 50%. Gen Z, individuals born between 97 and 2012, are entering the workforce, leading to 5 generations working in the workforce today. That's a lot. You could have somebody on your team who is 19 and someone on your team who is 69. Imagine trying to figure out what to do. Should we have the gala? Should we have yoga in the park? Right? Should we have a brewery event? Or do we have the 7 o'clock a.m. breakfast at the World Congress Center? Gen Z individuals born between 97 and 12, okay, we got that one. The workplace is becoming increasingly diverse, reflecting broader demographic shifts and emphasizing the importance of inclusive practices. So I want to talk to you now about your boards. How they doing? Your board ready to embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion? The taboo word? Who cares about the words? Let's just talk about the actions, right? How would you describe the equity culture within your organization and board? What policies guide equity and inclusion in your board practices? In what ways would a diverse board strengthen your organization? What steps are being taken to foster a culture where diverse board members feel valued? Is your board truly opening, and embracing different perspectives? A lot of juicy questions. What say you on this topic? Remember what I said about those agreements we had earlier. We're going to be respectful of one another, we're going to listen, and we're going to embrace each other's different opinions about these very controversial topics. Yes, hi. Okay. Hi.
Should we do ladies first?
No, go, you got it. You're good.
Okay. My name is Jeff Davis. I'm with Acres of Hope, and I think what's important in the board is that the composition of the board reflects the composition of the people that we serve.
Absolutely. Okay. What about if we're in a community that's all something? All women, all children, all Hispanic, all military. What do we do then? What about if I work for an organization and all we serve is black children? That means I can't have white folks on my board? Can we?
Yeah, of course.
So,
okay. What do you think?
I'm Linda Berry from the Agency on Aging Area 4. And a couple of years ago, our governing board, with some really wonderful leadership, asked us when we were doing our strategic planning, which went across all 7 counties, to kind of bake DEIA into our strategic plan and into our agency. And so I'm really grateful that this happened, because how we do things as an agency has shifted to a way where we don't have to use all the words. We don't have to use all the banned words, but we are still, the work that we do encompasses our community in a really profound way. And it's been impactful, and I have to say how grateful I am that we did this work. In talking about whether our board represents the community, our board is actually appointed by a board of supervisors at each county level. So we don't have a lot of control over our board, but our advisory council, I've been watching it transition over the years, and it's becoming much more representative of the community we serve. So very proud of that.
You know, and you can't do this work. I mean, one of the things I'm not presumptuous that when I go in and do DEI training and working with the board, that they even know what this means. A lot of folks have not ever had to think about these things, right? And so the first thing I do is I kind of level set by saying, okay, let's come up with some definitions, some terms, so we make sure we're all on the same page. You know, we go through the whole list: bias, privilege, microaggression, macroaggression. Like we try to come up with some language to make sure that we're all understanding when we say these things what we mean. Because we can't assume that everyone knows, right? So we have to come in and kind of create a dictionary, if you will. And then I like to really push my board members to do their own work. We can't talk about this collectively as an organization or as a board unless you as an individual have done your own work in terms of, who am I? So we do something called race stories, where we encourage people to really start thinking about, where'd you grow up? Was race talked about in your family? How did your family identify you or themselves? What things did you learn about other people? We all have biases. No one is free of having biases. I don't care, even DI, because everyone has biases about perceptions about other people. But how did you grow up? When you get people to start sharing about, well, you know what, in my family, we never talked about race. I hear that a lot. Or we were taught everyone's the same, which they're not. So I'll share mine. I grew up in New York City. My mother's from the Caribbean, my father's from the Deep South. We talked about race all the time in my family. All the time. As a child, I remember hearing my father and uncles sitting at the kitchen table talking about the white man. I didn't know who this man was. I was a kid. I was like, who is this mean man they keep talking about? Who is this white man? Well, you know, the white man is not going to let us do this, and the white man is not going to let us do that. I didn't even think about it until I started doing this work. I called my sisters. Do you remember Dad saying that? So what did it invoke in me? It invoked fear. I was scared. This mean white man was going to come and get us. I'm 60 years old. Just came to me. In my family, we talked about race all the time. It was a we and them. Us and them. They're going to get us. We're not going to. I remember one time, you guys, I was having this conversation with my sister. I was in the mall with my mom. We were about to get on the escalator to go down. And my family and a white family got to the escalator at the same time. And my mom told us to step back. And I remember in my little brain, I don't know, I was 7, 8, thinking, why did they get to go first? So just in doing my own reflection and thinking about how race was talked about or not talked about in my family, how my parents set me up for who I was in this world and my relationship with other people, particularly white people, impacts who I am today. So I had to do my own work and realize they were teaching me based on their own experiences. You know, my dad grew up in the South. He grew up when he couldn't go through the front door of a restaurant. That's his experience. So that's what I have a biracial son. So I said, I'm not going to do that with him. So you have to figure out who you are in this work before we can do the work. You do have to think about it. A lot of us, we don't have, you get up every day, you don't have to think about my privilege, my color, my circumstance, and where I am in the world based on whatever. But a lot of people can't avoid thinking about it. And so all I say to you is if we're going to start talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, you have to decide, where did I come from? How was race talked about in my family? How was race not talked about in my family? And where do I stand in this work? Do I care? Do I care that there are people in this world who don't have, not because of their own doing? I just want to live my little life in my little corner. What happens over there doesn't matter to me until I get robbed on the street. Until that lifestyle impacts me, right? Then I'm forced to think about the guy who hit me over the head, who maybe came from a bad household because his parents didn't have the money for food and he had to mug somebody so that his family could eat. Now all of a sudden, his life is now part of my life, isn't it? I'm forced to think about it. So I'm just saying, if we're going to talk about DEI in these spaces, we need to do our own work, whatever that looks like for you. For me, it's like, I'm just going to talk to people and find out, hey, what's your name? JT, tell me a little bit about yourself. How'd you grow up? What was your family like? We might have some things in common, we might not. But until we start talking to people, because what happens on these boards is people start thinking, oh, that's why she said what she said. Oh, I didn't know that about you. Oh, my family grew up the same way. And then you start seeing people on board start having compassion for one another because they understand where people are coming from. Most people are not coming from a place of malice. So if we're not willing to have these really honest conversations with ourselves about where we stand in this space, then we're not going to be able to talk about DEI. But we got to make sure that people know what, when we say we're going to do this work, we got to make sure that people know what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that there are certain cultures in this country, certain people in this country, who will never, we know the wealth gap in this country, it's, I don't know, it's crazy. I read somewhere, it'll take 200 years for black families to catch up to white families in terms of wealth. 200 years, we'll all be gone by then. That's if everything stayed constant. We know this big wealth transfer is about to happen right now. That matters. So if we're not going to acknowledge that, this is not a blame game. Because I've been in DEI trainings where I've had the white woman tears. I feel so guilty. No one's trying to make you feel guilty. No one wants to hear your tears. We're not saying you and you and you. We're just acknowledging systemically that there are a lot of inequities that impact how we live, how we think, what we say, how we show up. And it doesn't matter to you until you're sitting on the board next to someone who may say something that offends you. And then you realize, wait a minute, you're now in my playground. What happened to her now matters to me because she said something to me now that's inappropriate, and now I'm offended. But I need to know her story first. Kind of like we said about Sheila. Before we kick her off the board, which was my idea, maybe we need to sit down and find out what's going on with Sheila. Maybe she's got some issues going on. But I'm just trying to say that compassion is a big part of DEI work, and until we start learning about one another and doing our own work about who we are, to me, it was like when the light bulb went on, and these are things I had been carrying around that I hadn't even thought about. I hadn't even thought about how my family talked about race and how my parents kind of inserted this fear in me of white people. I'm thinking I'm a bold somebody, but this is how I was brought up. So I had to have some real conversations. I actually called my siblings, like, do you guys remember? And they were like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you remember the time Daddy was da, 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 da? And they were like, yeah. And my sister was like, you're so deep. But my point is, there were some things in doing my own research and doing my own reflections that I realized about who I was. And I'm like, I can't go out here and talk about this with other people until I work on myself, until I can be transparent about some of the biases that I had and come to terms with that. So there's some people for whom they'll never do this work. They don't care. And that's okay. But for those who really are interested in doing it, look inward first. Okay? Lots of ways you can do that. There's books, there's podcasts. You can call somebody. I talked to the nail tech, the lady who does my nails. All she asked me, you work today? No, I don't want to talk about that. Tell me about what it's like in Vietnam. What do you guys do? What holidays do you celebrate? And she looked at me like I was crazy because no one probably ever asked anyone, showed any interest in her whatsoever. Do you guys celebrate Christmas? Maybe a dumb question. I just wanted to know. I don't know anything about Vietnamese people. I'm like, all she ever says to me is, you work today? Which is the question that they always, I don't know if anyone's ever heard them ask you that question. They ask you that question all the time. Yeah, no, I didn't work today. Tell me about you. What's your daughter's name? Stunned. How am I going to know if I don't ask? Show interest in somebody else's experience. What is it like to be Vietnamese in this country? To come from another country and have this as your work? I don't know. I asked. She could have told me, mind your damn business. That was the risk I was willing to take. So I just decided once I realized how I was brought up that I can't make assumptions about other people. I can't assume that all white people have it out for me because that's what my parents thought. So let's get back to boards. How would you describe your board? Are they really ready? Really ready? I know what they say on paper because we have to look proper. Are they really ready to have these conversations? Are they going to let someone like me come on the board? Suppose I had a big afro. Suppose I had dreadlocks. Suppose I had tattoos all over my body. Suppose I had earrings in my nose, ears, and I know these young people. I saw a girl, she had ear holes. I just thought, why is one earring not enough? I don't know, she got earring. But this is how I can't be judgmental. Oh yes, I'll take the guy in the wheelchair, but the LGBTQ person, nope, that's going too far. The lady with the red dot who comes in her Muslim garb, oh no, not Muslims. Not a woman with a big afro, she's a Black Panther.
Take all of them.
Just who makes me feel uncomfortable? I'll take her, but I won't take him, because those tattoos make me feel weird. When we say we want to be diverse, do we really mean diverse? So, I'm throwing the question out to you guys. Where are your boards? Are they really ready? Sis, you have tattoos? You think some boards would be okay with you coming in with tattoos and you're... Absolutely not, she says. You think they'd be okay with me, but not with you? Because of the tattoos?
I feel like people see tattoos as being kind of like a delinquent.
Yeah, you gotta hold it.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like people see tattoos as like dangerous, maybe? Or like
make
not
all kinds of
serious
assumptions.
about their careers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is exactly my point. We'll take him, but we won't take her. Oh no. Where are your boards? You guys are awfully quiet. You all talkative when we're talking about Sheila. Let's hear what you have to say about your boards. Come on. And when I say equity, I don't mean just race, right? We have a tendency to talk about race all the time, but when we say diverse, we mean everything, right? We mean people who are physically challenged. We need people who are different religions. We need people who are LGBTQ, people who speak a different language, whatever, who eat different foods, whatever. Are they ready? Because what did I tell you about the world? Okay, I'm ready to hear from you.
So
Can I sit down with you?
Yeah, please, hang out.
Theater.
My name is JT Waddell. I'm with PFLAG, and I joined this group back in November, and they run 2 different satellite meetings of membership and community, and I just know and I feel the support from them on all fronts. And we would love to grow the membership, and I think one of the key items here, and you touched on it a little bit when you said like people are uncomfortable about certain attributes, and I think one of the key personality traits is being able to go, okay, I'm uncomfortable, but okay, and move forward and face that and move through it to something better on the other side. And I think that there are a lot of people today who they see that discomfort and they go, stop, I don't want to face this. I don't want to learn anything more. I'm done. And they even go so far as to try and push legislation so that nobody has to face that discomfort. And I think that is very bad for what kind of example it sets for the youth, for people who are still trying to figure themselves out, and then suddenly they're being told, no, I can't be that way. And how do I move forward in a world where there's micro-messaging and social media and all this wild amount of information coming at me telling me who I should be or what I should be or why, when we should really be empowering people to identify who they want to be and challenging ourselves and saying, does this make me uncomfortable? Why? And what can I learn to be more supportive of that and stop being uncomfortable about things and people and the way the world is?
All right.
I think there's, yeah? Oh. Yes, thank you, Crystal, for your comments, and thank you too, sir, for your comments as well. So just for this question, for another unusual thing maybe for a board that I used to sit on. So how we prepared for diversity and inclusion, we created a young leadership collaborative of different high schools where they could join a board, and they create, if they were interested in entrepreneurship. So if they were interested in entrepreneurship, then they joined our Young Leadership Collaborative, and they formulated a board. So we taught them how to form a board, and they would do everything we would do as a board. They had a CEO, they appointed a CFO, and they had all chief operating officer, all of that. And then they built a business, and they had their board meetings the same time we had our board meetings in order to prepare, youth in high school how to be on a board and what it meant to run a business.
I love it. That's a great idea. Okay, over here. Hi.
So we have a very unique style board, like you were talking about the different ones, and we have an executive committee, so it's kind of shifted into that. It's very very diverse. We have doctors, we have us, it's very culturally diverse, but you really, I don't know, it made me think like with LGBTQ+, we're very inclusive, but we haven't had that talk with, and it's a national board, so not just in our area, and we haven't really had the talk about, that, and I assume that they're really good people, but also sometimes people are like, oh, we can accept part of the LGBTQ and not another part. And so I think this kind of inspired me to have that conversation with our national board and just really talk about transgender issues. That's a very, unfortunately, controversial thing today, and we work with many young people who are incredible that are transgender, and I just don't know, sometimes people haven't had the experience or met anyone, and so they don't know, but I think this really inspired me to have that conversation with our national board because I think it's important, and I do assume, I probably shouldn't, but I assume they're going to be cool. But, so that's kind of.
So you've had the conversation already, or you're going to?
I'm going to, because of this, and not just LGBTQ, like some people are accepting of some parts of that and not other parts of that, but we are very close to the young people that are dealing with this and their identities in this world. It's really scary for them, and they aren't less than. And yeah, so I think it's a good conversation to have.
Thank you. Anybody else? Hi.
Hi, I have a question. It seems that we talk about so many aspects of diversity, but one that we don't often talk about is more of a socioeconomic or educational or professional diversity. And I hear people talk about elites all the time. A friend of mine just told me she didn't believe in nonprofits because she thinks they're all elites. And I'm wondering if you see boards who are comprised of people who aren't like college educated professionals. Is there some value to inviting people on who are at the lower end of the economic status, or who are in traditional professions that aren't higher, what would be considered higher end economical status? We don't really talk about the social economic diversity of people who didn't go to Ivy League colleges or went to trade schools. And is that a factor that we should, as a culture and as boards, be thinking about?
Absolutely. That's exactly what we're talking about, right? Because we know a lot of times, traditionally boards have been affluent white men making decisions about populations that they're not proximate to or they know nothing about. And so that's what this whole conversation is about. The world is changing. To not have those people who were on that slide, these people on your board is a disservice to your organization. They bring a wealth of information that many don't have. And they may not have the 5 degrees, an MBA and a CPA, and may not have a big house on the lake. They might not send their kids to Ivy League schools, but they have experience that will definitely bring some life to your board. They can talk about the experiences that they're having in their communities, many of which those other folks know nothing about. Just like I told you, I didn't know anything about the woman who does my nails. And I said, I'm tired of wondering, I'm going to ask. And she looked at me like I was crazy because no one had ever showed any interest in her before. So I'm just saying, absolutely we want to talk about bringing those folks onto the board. So before we talk about recruitment, I just want to make sure that your comments and questions about that last slide have been had. Does anyone else want to say anything else? Hi.
Hi. I'm Linda with the
Hi, Linda.
Friends of the Lincoln Public Library.
Oh, yes.
And our goal, of course, is to promote and support the library.
Yes.
To keep library cards free. Everybody remember that library cards are still free, right? we want to make sure that everybody can read whatever it is they want to read, watch whatever it is they want to watch.
Yes.
Make sure that no one is censoring or challenging things that need to be in a library. So we're all volunteers. This is about as diverse as we get.
Okay, all right.
A gentleman and a young woman. Because we're most of us like this. But we are just talking today about moving some of our meetings to evenings so that we can invite some of those younger people. We have a large Hispanic population in Lincoln that we need to bring them onto our board. So thank you for all of the hints that you've given us today.
Good.
And everyone remember, library cards are still free. You need to go and get a library card. You need to show your political leaders, your mayors, your city councilmen that the library is important to you. Otherwise, we're going to lose our libraries, that we're going to be more interested in police and fire than we are in libraries. And that's going to be a problem, because if you're on the street making trouble, you could be in the library reading.
Oh, I love it. All right. I love it, love it, love it. I just did some work for the Friends of the Oakland Public Library. You know of them? Yeah, I just did some training with them. Thank you for all of your comments. More comments? Over here, hi.
Hello,
Hi.
I'm Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa.
I just wanted to acknowledge the demographics of our area, just as a young biracial woman that has grown up in Placer County. The diversity is hard. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and kind of bring in perspective on this idea of diverse thought, because you may not find people that are going to represent the community in the ways that you want on your board. And so it may be worth kind of thinking about it in a different way of, you know, maybe we can't find someone of the LGBTQ plus community that wants to be a part of this, but maybe we can find some people that have thoughts around it, or friends or family, or diverse thoughts, someone that thinks differently than me. Just because I know, like I said, being raised here, I know we are a predominantly white county, and so there are other ways to bring in that diversity and those ideas and that rich learning without still in these communities.
Thank you for that comment. That's a very important comment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we move on? Thank you for indulging me in this. I think it's really important that we really start thinking, because these are tough subjects, so a lot of times people don't want to talk about it, but we have to. And it might be uncomfortable, but you know, we can all be uncomfortable for 5 minutes. It's okay. All right, so now I want to talk about recruitment. Another question, comment back here? Hi.
Hi, I'm Vicki Curtis with Rough Healing Heroes. I have a question for all of you. DEI is nothing new. I can remember back in the 1960s when it all started. It just wasn't called this. And I don't know why we still have to have the conversation, because it should have been accepted 40, 50 years ago. And I guess I'm old and naive, but everyone should be accepted for what they are, who they are, where they come from, what they've done, what they haven't done, their education, their lack of education, their social standing. We're all the same. We're human beings just trying to do what we do best and help others and each other. And so for me, DEI, I can't say it, is nothing new. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. You know, I've done some work where we've actually done some caucusing of our board, where we've caucused off people of color in one room, or people who identify as something else in another room, white folks in another room, and had the 3 or 4 groups talk and then bring them all back together. You'd be surprised how interesting the conversation is, the things people have to say. You know, white folks feel guilty about what's happened to a lot of folks in this country. People of color feel angry, not heard, not seen. Certainly people who identify as of a different sexual identity, they certainly feel scared. But I think giving people an opportunity to caucus in their own groups, where people might feel more open about speaking, and then bringing that back to the larger group, so that let other groups hear what that group talked about, it's really, so if that's something that you're interested in, you might want to consider that for your team. I've done that for teams as well. And it's just an opportunity for people to speak up, because people sometimes are reticent to do so in mixed groups. They don't want other folks to hear. And usually if I do people of color, it's interesting because I'll have Black folks, Hispanic, Indian, and that's even weird because those groups are all very different, right? Usually the people of color, the Black folks are angry, they want to speak up. The Asian folks a lot of times are not saying anything, they're quiet. The Indian folks, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So it's a really interesting dynamic to just kind of see how people are when we break them up into these caucuses, and then we bring them back together in a big group. And you'll hear from groups, I didn't know y'all felt that way. I'm sorry, we didn't know we were offending you. We didn't know that you felt left out. And so just keep the conversations going. All right, let's talk about recruitment. So I recruit board members. That's part of the services that I offer. It's one of the hardest things I do because I take it very seriously. I take it very seriously. So I was a fundraiser prior to becoming a board consultant. And so I sat in those boardrooms, you guys. Where are my fundraisers again? Hi. I sat in those boardrooms as a fundraiser thinking, God, do they know what they're talking about? Why is she asleep? Why is she writing her grocery list? Right? They're clueless. They're not asking any questions. They're not engaged. They're not holding the CEO accountable. So I sat in those rooms, and that's why I decided when I pivoted out of fundraising, even though I can't get away from fundraising, I'm still in it, but when I pivoted out of fundraising, I decided that I wanted to play in the board space because I knew there was a lot of work to be done in this space. So when I recruit new board members, I take it very seriously. And so when I'm interviewing the people who might be prospects for the board, I ask them hard questions. What does being on a board mean to you? What is board service? A lot of times people don't know. Why this organization? Do you have the time? What's your name? Susan, do you have the time in your busy, busy life, Susan, to come to 6, 8, 10 board meetings every year and give us an hour free of all the other things going on in your mind? Because if you're like me, you got scrambled egg brain, right? Got to lead the kid, the dog, my mom, the bills. I got to put all that aside. And when I go into that room or into that Zoom space for that board meeting, my focus is that organization. Do you have the bandwidth up here? Do you have space up here? If your brain is too full, you're getting your PhD right now, and you have 2 small babies, and you're working full time, no, this is not a good time for you to serve on a board. Right? You got too much going on in your life. Can you compartmentalize it and say, okay, we meet every month for an hour and a half. Those 90 minutes, I'm going to come in, and I'm going to give this organization my full attention. I'm not doing my grocery list. I'm not thinking about the laundry. I'm not thinking about what I got to say or do at work tomorrow. I'm going to come into this board space, and I'm going to give it my all. I'm going to participate. I'm going to engage. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to look at the budget. I'm going to do all the things. And if you can't do that, this is not a good time for you to serve. No, no offense. No one's mad at you. It's just not a good time. So when I interview people about sitting on a board, I ask them all those things because we're going to talk about that board contract. This is what they're requiring from you. They want you to attend every meeting, every month. There's a $2,500 give or get. There's a personal evaluation of the CEO. They want you to serve on a committee. They want you to attend a gala. They want you to buy a table. Can you do that? Be honest. If you can't do that, then this is not the right time or this is not the right organization for you. If we did that, people, before we brought people onto our boards, we'd be in a different place. So don't just recruit because, oh, God, he works at so-and-so and he makes a lot of money, or she knows a lot of people, or it would be really cool to have, a roller derby person on our board. I'm being facetious. I'm just saying, really doing the work to make sure that you're looking at that matrix to see what skill sets do we need? Who do we need? What brain cells do we need around this table in order for us to get this mission accomplished? Oh, we need someone with finance background. We need someone in public relations. We need someone who's a visionary. We need someone who's attention to detail. We need someone who's bilingual. So when I tell board members, we can't find any board members, where are you looking? Where are you looking for board members? We can't find diverse board members. We can't find people of color. We can't find women. We can't find people who are under 30. Maybe you need to expand your network. I've told some of my board members, maybe you need to start having hybrid meetings to get people who don't live in Placer County. Am I saying it right, Placer? Placer, sorry. People who don't live in Placer County, but maybe live a little further out. If they want to participate, then they can engage. We're just trying to be creative in terms of bringing in people who may not live in the community if you're needing more diversity. Just options, right? So seeking board members from diverse industries, using a board matrix, ensuring diverse members hold leadership roles, involving younger professionals, mentoring and preparing underrepresented candidates for board service. That's why I love what this young lady just said about bringing in those high school students and teaching them, right? Cultivating from within, leveraging diversity for growth, right? So I want to do a role play. You guys down for a role play before lunch? Okay, I told you guys we weren't going to sit here and be bored all day. I'm going to put you to work. All right, so I need 2 people who identify as white and 1 person who identifies as a person of color. Okay, I need 3 chairs up here at the front. Come on. I need another person. Okay, person of color. Okay. All right, so we got grab a chair. We got 3? Yeah, chairs. Yeah, rubber chair. Yeah. Okay, so this is the role play. We're trying to diversify this board, you guys. Our board that we have right now is all white. And we have a situation here where we have 2 board members courting a person of color, Elvira, Daniel, and Kathy. Okay, so this is what we know about them, and I want to let them play it out. Okay, so we have board chair is Kathy. No, let's make the board chair Dan. Dan, you're the board chair. You've been on the board for 4 years. You've been the chair for 1. You're a real estate developer, probably very wealthy. You're well-liked, charismatic, and you're a big donor to the organization. You're the governance chair, Kathy. You've been on the board for 3 years. You've been the chair for 2. Kind of quiet. I don't think you're quiet, though. I can kind of get you're not quiet. This is going to be hard for you. Okay, let's change that. You don't have to be quiet, because I can tell, Kathy, you're not. I can just tell by the way you dress and the way you present. You're a funky sister. You're a funky sister. I see it. Okay. You don't have to be quiet. But you're a professor at a local university.
Okay.
I just made this up, guys. And then we have Elvira, who is a vice president at Wells Fargo. Who wanted to know the name of the bank earlier? I got a bank name. Wells Fargo. I don't know, I just keep thinking of banks. You've been a vice president at Wells Fargo for 15 years, Elvira. Congratulations. And you have just won, you have just closed the big deal, the biggest deal the bank has ever had. You've never heard of this nonprofit that they're courting you. You guys, either one of you can use your nonprofits, I don't care, whichever one you want to use.
Okay.
So you have now Elvira, who said she's willing to meet with you guys to hear about your nonprofit. You want to court her to possibly be on your board. You know a little bit about her. Stay in your roles. What does the conversation look like? You're in a meeting with her now.
Why do you want to join a board?
Well, first and foremost.
Okay, I got to stop you.
Am I supposed to be promoting?
Okay.
Or asking?
We're in a meeting. You're meeting her for the first time. And I know you, Kathy, I know that you would be more personal than that, okay? So we're going to start again.
But I'm performing in front of you.
No, you're performing, but you're meeting Elvira for the first time, right? So y'all just sat down at the table. You've not had any conversation yet.
Okay.
Okay, go.
So how long have you lived in this area? I want to know about her. Not allowed?
Hi, Elvira. My name is Kathy. I'm the governance chair of the board. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in today. We're so glad you're considering our organization. Before you jump into, I know you're anxious to get the information. We're trying to court her. She doesn't know you. She doesn't know your organization. Relationships, people, right? Okay.
Don't do what I do.
Okay, Kathy, go.
Hi, Elvira.
Hi.
It's so nice to meet you.
Nice
I'm
to
really
meet you.
glad you're here today.
Thank you. It's Elvira.
Oh,
Elvira.
Elvira.
Yeah, Elvira.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel. I'm with the Unity for Equality Foundation. How are you doing today?
Nice to meet you. I'm doing well, thank you.
You gotta hold the mic up by your.
Sorry. How are you, Elvira?
Good. That was great pronunciation. Yeah. I love that.
Okay, so I want to know about your job. Are you happy in your job?
Yeah, I mean, I've been there for 15 years. It's been one organization that I have been at, Wells Fargo. Recently, I closed on one of the biggest deals that we have had for the bank, and so I'm very much excited on what that can mean for the bank, what that can mean for our community, as well as for myself.
Well, that's great. You know, this organization, Seroptimus, is global and local. So I think it might be a good fit because we are all about women.
Okay.
We are all about women and girls and empowering them to meet their full potential. So I'm kind of thinking you might want to join us.
Oh, okay. Well, I do have a couple questions.
All
I am
right.
curious over time what the growth of your program has been. How many students over time have you served? consistent growth in terms of percentage and as well as maybe within low income or disproportionately impacted communities?
Well, I don't have all of the percentages and all of the numbers. We are in 125 countries across the globe. We concentrate on helping women and girls facing obstacles, whatever they are, poverty, domestic abuse, human trafficking, anything that keeps them from reaching their full potential. Wow. And so it's a heartfelt, non-political, non-denominational, it's limitless as far as who we can reach.
Yeah. I would say in these times that an organization as such would be seen as political. I appreciate that there is the sense that the organization itself is not describing itself as political, yet holding the space is, and I think it is it's powerful in itself. As a woman myself, of course I want to give back to those that are women or girls or identify as women and girls, to be part of your organization and to, I'd be curious on what my expectation as a board member would be to give back to the organization, because sometimes you can see that boards are very much separated from the actual work. So I'm curious, what opportunities would I have to provide services or to show up for the organization?
Do you want to answer to that? Put the mic up.
So share with me specifically a little bit about what makes you passionate and want to serve others, as far as how would you serve that within the organization, and what motivates you to why you'd want to serve on a board?
Okay. Let's see. Well, so I came from a low-income, first-generation immigrant household. My parents moved here from Mexico in the 60s. And so I grew up in a mainly Spanish-speaking household, moved to Northern California in 2012 to go to UC Davis, had an incredibly difficult time at UC Davis, was on academic probation multiple times, on dismissal quite a few times as well, very close to being kicked out of the school. And I thought to myself, how in the heck do I even explain this to my parents? Like, how do you even say dismissal in Spanish? They went to university in Mexico, but that's totally different. Culturally, everything's so different. And so I found myself really lonely, and through much time in higher education, delving into mental health, realizing at some point I was very much depressed while I was in school. And it wasn't until I found an organization called Mujeres Ayudando la Raza of UC Davis, a student-run nonprofit organization, that I found some purpose and I found some community. It was mainly Latina women giving back to community. We've all been through that struggle, or many of us have been through similar struggles. We also recognize the current privilege that we hold by being able to go to higher education, but to be able to be in a higher education institution and realizing, like, I'm here now, how can I give any little bit that I have to those that are coming up, to really build that bridge. And so for me, I would like to, I think that experience in itself is really much, works into the purpose of your program. And I would even see, like, is there room for programming for Latina girls, and what that culturally responsiveness can bring to the experience of those girls going through your programming.
So when would you like to start?
Here's our agreement.
Oh. Thank you all so much. Okay, stay still. All right, let's talk about this. You gave a lot of information, right? A lot of board members probably would not have. Prospective board members, you gave a lot of great information. All right, let's talk about this role play, right? So the idea was that you two were going to talk her into maybe joining your board. Okay. What do you say? How did the role play start? Rocky. Right. Kathy, girl, you wanted to get that information into her. You wanted to tell her about your organization. You wanted to get right to the bottom line. Why you want to join? A little abrasive, right? So I think Daniel jumped in and kind of helped soften it and turned it a little bit. Because what we want is we want her to talk about her. Now, what is the one thing I would have led with? Oh my God, tell me about this great big deal that you just closed. It's the biggest bank deal that the bank has ever had. Because she mentioned it, right? Didn't she mention that she closed a big, and y'all said nothing about that, right? She's proud that she closed this bank deal. So first we want to acknowledge it and give her an opportunity to talk about it. So I would have definitely gone there first. What else did we notice? Yeah, I kind of felt like we didn't spend a whole, I think the first few minutes we want to lean into her and give her an opportunity to speak. Thank her for coming, let her talk a little bit. I like the question about why do you want to serve on this board, but you guys didn't do a lot of talking about why you've joined the board, right? You said you had a great organization, you could give her some background, but I would love to have heard some more personal testimony from you. What else would you have liked to have heard back there? So active listening, right, means you're listening to her, not thinking about what you're going to say. And I know in this situation there's pressure because you want to make sure, but really trying to focus in on what she's saying, not what I'm going to ask next, right? So I think that may have been some of it. What else did we notice here? Well, he doesn't, she works at the organization, he did, because you mentioned your organization, right? You were talking about the girls that you, but Dan doesn't work there, so he didn't know the background of the organization.
I'm not good at improv.
What else? What other things did you notice? Anybody?
About the background?
That's okay.
So in providing the background, it's one of the things is kind of matching it up with the passion and what they're looking for for a board member. We do active recruiting, but we specifically look at this is our area of need and then ask them, does that match up with you? Are you interested in that? Does that work? To kind of get that idea of whether it's a fit or not.
What's the big elephant in the room that they didn't address? What did I tell you about the board? That they're all white board. This is the first person of color they're recruiting. Don't you think they should let her know? How could they let her know? How could they have said it in such a way that it was tactful? Okay, work it out for me. What would you say? Uh-huh.
They could have just given her information about who's on the board now. Where do they come from? Who do they represent? And that would have come out.
Because I clearly set up the dynamics in a certain way, right? I wanted a person of color, so I was making it clear, and then I told you it was an all-white board. So you're bringing a person of color into an all-white board, and so what else could they have said? What else would you have said? Now that you hear a little bit more information, what else? Because in retrospect, we could always think what we could have said, right? But what do you think they could have said?
Well, they may even provide the matrix for the prospective member, the matrix that you have that most boards have, that what their skills are, what their background is. That might be an opportunity for them to share that.
What do you say? Was there somebody else? I'm sorry. Over here.
Over here.
Hi.
Just something like we realize that a lot of the community we've begun to serve, we don't represent or have a direct relationship with. So being able to have you on the board would be invaluable to that and all the ideas that you bring and your professionalism.
Boom. We realize that in our community of girls, become more diverse. And we as a board have not done a good job in representing their voices on our board. And so we realize now that we need to do better. And so we're reaching out to people who look like the people in that community to serve. You would be the first, but you won't be the last. We're not tokenizing you. We're inviting you because you bring the skill set that we need for this board. You happen to be a person of color, which helps. But we're inviting you on this board because you're successful, because you know how to close deals. You're not just checking off a box. We are and we aren't, right? But explaining that and being transparent with her from the very beginning. Because you're gonna have, if you're an all-white board and you want to diversify, you're gonna have that conversation with the first person you bring on, whether it's the first woman, whether it's the first black person, whether it's the first gay person. You don't want to set that person up for failure. They walk into a room and be blindsided like, oh, I'm the only, right? So having that conversation with them up front, and that is why I set the role play up the way that I did. Is it lunchtime? No, we have a comment. That's why I set the role play the way I did, because having that first conversation when you decide you're going to diversify your board, when you bring on that first other, whoever that other was, right? I hate othering, but that first person who is different, who's representing your community, you have to explain to them why we want you. Our board will benefit by having someone from the community that we're serving, having that voice at our table. We've been making decisions, and that voice has been absent. And so your being here is really important to us. Who would be offended by someone saying something like that to you? Would you feel tokenized? Honestly. Would you feel tokenized? Would it be a weird conversation for you? It would be weird? Tell me how. Why? No, I don't think it would be weird. It would be weird? I think it would be good. It would be good, okay. I mean, because it's not an easy conversation to have, right? And obviously, if you've never done this before, it may not be intuitive. But I'm just saying, do you think it's fair that we let this person know why we're bringing you on, how it will benefit the board, and why what you bring to the board will support the work that we're doing? After we find out about her and why she wants to serve, and she told us the whole story about her going to college, and so she brought that connection to us, right? We want to give her an opportunity, but then we want to share why we're asking her to be a part of this experience.
I guess I look at it different, and I don't know if, no answer's right? But I look at it as she's a Latina woman who has a story, who had someone come alongside her and help her at a time of need. And that's what that organization is doing. So, I don't personally think I would say she's Latina, so we want her. I want her because of her experience, what she's doing, what she brings to the table, her story, and who she can bring into the fold.
Right. Absolutely. She shared her story, and she shared her connection and why she thought, and made a recommendation. Perhaps you might want to consider a program for Latina girls. Maybe that's not something they've ever thought about before. So she's already showing her value, making them think outside of the box in the way that they've always thought, right? Yep. Yes.
I was going to add that I think boards need to realize when you bring on the first, you're bringing that person into an environment that's going to be challenging for them. Not just this conversation isn't comfortable, but they are taking something on that is emotionally going to be they're going to be the first for a while. And so we need to make space for that, and we need to make time for that, and all the things you were talking about with flexibility and keeping an open mind and changing dynamics. This is the beginning of a relationship, and we need to center them, right, as the first.
Right.
Because they are carrying a lot that more privileged board members are not.
Right.
So.
No, absolutely. And so if you're going to bring in someone who's a young mother, right, who's got children they're trying to get off to school in the morning, she can't come to a 7:30 a.m. board meeting, right? Or maybe she doesn't have a car. You're meeting out in the suburbs. There's no public transportation. How will she get to your board meeting? So when you start changing the dynamics of your board, you realize that it changes everything. You can't just say, we're just going to bring some diversify, we're just going to bring some people on, and not realize we're going to have to get ready, change our culture, be ready to welcome them, shift some of the things we've been doing in the past that maybe worked when we had all white men who had wives at home who were taking care of the kids, right? And they can come to a 7:30 in the morning board meeting. But if you're going to bring in moms or people who are taking care of elderly, we have the sandwich generation, people who are taking care of kids and then they're taking care of their parents, right? So in the mornings, some people's houses are looking crazy, right? They're trying to get the moms ready, they're trying to get the kids to school. 7:30, I can't do a board meeting. Or I don't have a car. Can't afford to get there. So all I'm saying is that when we're going to talk about recruiting and diversifying our board, we have to look within first to say, okay, do we have a culture? Are we ready to welcome them? Are we ready to make some changes and shifts in who we are to bring in folks who have not traditionally been on our board? Because we can diversify all day long. Oh, I'm gonna get a Latina, I'm gonna get a black person, I'm gonna get a gay person, whatever. And then if you don't provide them, with the culture that's gonna help them feel welcome, they're not gonna stay. So it's not just diversity. Diversity is a numbers thing. We're talking about inclusion, making them feel included, and then making them feel like they belong. And belonging is different for every different person. I can say, what makes you feel like you belong? She'll say one thing. What makes you feel like you belong? He'll say something else. And so that's why it's really important for you to get to know who your board members are. I'm a board chair, and I make it a point to have coffee with every single one of my board members so I can learn a little bit about him or her. How would you like to use your, are we using your skill set optimally? Are there things about you we don't know that you would like to do that would help us in this work? But how will I know that if I don't have that conversation with her? So being a board, I take the role as a board chair very seriously. I make it a point. I have 11 members on my board. I meet with every single one of them once a year, sometimes twice. How's it going? Are you enjoying this experience so far? What can we do to make this a meaningful experience for you? It's not just what we can get from you. Not like I'm gonna take all the information from you. Brian, zap, 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 gimme, gimme, gimme. We want to give Brian something too. We want him to feel some reward by being on the board. Right, Brian? Yes. Yeah. Brian wants to enjoy this experience. It's not just, Brian, we need you to give. Brian, we need you to be there. Brian, we need you to approve the budget. We want you to walk away and say, you know what, I really enjoyed that board experience. It was meaningful. I got a lot out of it. I was able to use my skill sets and my talents, and I feel like I did good work. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want to feel, right? We want to feel like we've done some good. It's a two-way street. So that's why when I do board recruitment, I'm interviewing people, I ask them, how can I make this experience meaningful for you? What would make it a good experience for you? I can tell you about the Robert's Rules of Order and the meetings. What is going to make this something that you really lean into and make you feel good? Thank you guys for this role play. Let's give out.
I had a comment.
Thank you.
Oh, can I get it?
Come here. Hugs. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Avera. Come here, sister. Come here, funky sister. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Okay. All right. How we doing, guys? Questions, comments, feedback? We got 20 minutes to lunch, right? Okay. Hi.
My question is, how do you level up economically with new board members? So, for example, if you have a board that is fairly affluent people, but you want to have somebody that does not have the same money as the rest of them, what are the ways that we can make people with less money than the others on the board feel more welcome and involved and like they belong?
Let me ask your peers. What do you think? How can we make someone who comes onto a board who may not have the same ability to make a large donation or to give, may not have the same resources?
Give time.
I'm sorry?
Give time.
Give time, like in personal volunteer? Okay.
Make it clear that we can all give in different ways.
Uh-huh.
How about, how do you ask somebody's sexual preference, orientation?
Who's talking?
Over here. Who's talking?
Was that your question? Okay, let's hold that question, because that's a good question, but we're still talking about, who asked the last question?
Oh, here.
It was about tiered giving. Tiered giving. Don't make it that everybody has to give $5,000. Make it so that people can make a meaningful donation. How about asking a board member to sponsor another board member? Someone who comes on. I remember I worked on an organization, and in their bylaws, they had to have someone on their board who was either currently homeless, because it was a homeless organization, or who had been homeless. So they had someone on their board who was homeless who could not make a large donation. And one other board member said, I got his gift. Don't worry about it. Yes?
Create an organizational culture that doesn't value money as the highest value. so that your values are what's whatever those happen to be, you look for those in your board members. You celebrate those and achieving those over the gift.
Can we put a dollar figure on lived experience?
No.
We cannot. We cannot. So someone coming on that board who has actually been in that community, who has experienced that thing, who understands, who had a family member who had that thing, and you've never been in that community, that's like $1 gazillion right there. Because you can't make assessments about this organization or that particular problem if you don't know what that problem really is, or how it lands for people. I think having tiered giving, allowing another board member to sponsor, thinking about other ways that this board member can give besides money. And we're going to talk about that when we talk more about fundraising, but there are lots of ways for board members to donate to an organization that are not financial. Hi.
Hi. I think another thing would be.
Oh, I'm coming, Susan.
Not just have one person. Not to just have one person, but to have a variety of people who give in other ways besides money. Because if you have money as a high value, it's hard to change the culture to include other gifts.
Mm-hmm.
And in the back.
In the back.
Yeah.
You have a mic?
Yes, I do.
Hi.
Hi. So to have a board that's mostly affluent and wanting to include people who are not, it's also to acknowledge if you're not affluent, then you probably work a lot. You're probably working hard to make ends meet, and being on a board is an extra job that you might not have time for. But it doesn't mean, right, we can all contribute in different ways. My thing is accessibility. Making your boards embrace technology, making your board meetings accessible through Zoom, through Microsoft Teams, whatever platform you can find to make it accessible. Because if I'm a single parent, I'm working hard, I have kids to take care of, I worked all day, me traveling to a board meeting, sitting there is probably gonna be hard for me. I don't have probably the resources to make that easier. So, but can I jump in on a Zoom meeting? Yes, I can. I can probably jump in and be able to contribute that way. So I think making it more accessible to people who have kind of limited time and resources.
I remember one time I was leaving a board meeting and I saw one of my fellow board members walking. I guess she was walking to the train station. It was getting dark. And I knew the train station was like 3 or 4 blocks up. And so I stopped. I said, hey. I said, where you headed? She said, I'm going to the train station. I said, can I give you a ride? She said, sure. And I said, oh, so, me being presumptuous, so you didn't drive? No, I don't have a car. Oh, I said, well, does anyone know that you're walking to the train station by yourself in the dark after the board meeting, 3 or 4 blocks in Atlanta, downtown Atlanta? And she said, well, no, I've never mentioned it to anyone. I said, we need to mention it. We can't put somebody in harm's way who's trying to be on our board because we're meeting downtown. And plus, even parking downtown is so expensive. It's $30 to park. Suppose you don't have money for parking. So I said to her, I said, no more walking to the train station by yourself. I said, either I can give you a lift or I'm certainly going to ride you to the train station, but do not do this, right? So we have to be considerate. But once you start to get to know your board members, you'll start to learn a little bit about them. But no one asked. Everybody just assumed. And she was one of those persons who came to all of our meetings. She was really diligent about it. But she was walking by herself in the dark, and I thought, oh my goodness, this is so not cool and not safe. Yes? Question, comment back here? Hi.
Yeah, hi, I'm Tammy Riedel with the Gold Country Food Hub. And one of the things, that we're looking at that I'm looking at, I have 2 businesses. One is the Gold Country Food Hub, and really a new model for accounting in business, which is looking at the 8 forms of capital. And I think that is really relative to this, like looking at board members that maybe don't have that big financial contribution, but they can bring in intellectual, spiritual, social, material, financial, cultural, experiential, and natural capital. So I encourage everybody to look up the 8 forms of capital.
I love that. Ooh, I might want to ask you to share that with me. I like that. Thank you. That was really good. Okay, any more questions about what we're talking about so far before? We're going to spend a few minutes about onboarding and getting our board ready once we recruit them, and then we're going to head to lunch. But any questions, comments? jokes, riddles that you want to share? Hi. Oh, excuse me.
Again, Norma Santiago, Sierra State Parks Foundation, and I'm the board president. I really appreciate the discussion we're having here, but I'm kind of maybe naive or befuddled, I don't know what the word is, because of a comment that was made earlier about being on the board. You know, we're on a board and we join because there's a mission. That's something that strikes our passion and our heart and inspires us to work towards something, right? And guess what? I have Rosie here who feels the same passion. I have someone over here that feels the same passion. I don't see the color. I don't see the sexual orientation. I don't see any of that. I don't see the economic, status or anything like that. My gosh, Rosie and I agree on something and we want to do good. And how blessed am I that Rosie feels the same way I do and wants to be part of this greater picture. So while I appreciate the need for diversity, I think that we need to start and look also at our stories. Because you know what? If you came, I wouldn't see the tattoos. I would want to hear the story behind your tattoos. So I just don't know. I mean, I appreciate it. I really think it's important. But the bottom line is we're all in this together. And we cannot separate ourselves and start thinking about categorizing ourselves in a particular group. We need to find our common goals, our common passion to stir us to action.
All right, I want to hire Norma for our next political role because you are preaching it. I wish everybody felt the same way you felt. A lot of people don't.
I know.
Which is why we're in the pickle that we're in. You're absolutely correct.
I just wanted you to know that I was a former county supervisor, so that part of it is that discussion. So.
No, your passion is evident, and I appreciate your comment. But unfortunately, a lot of folks don't see it the same way you see it. It should be.
I believe that there's an energy that is created. I believe that there's an energy that is created when we become the example of what we want. Okay? So, yeah, it's not a lot of people feel the way I am, and maybe, like I said, I may be a bit naive, but I find that enthusiasm is contagious, and I think that you celebrate the work that you're doing, and you're inviting people to join in that work. And I just find that to work a lot in a lot of parts of my life.
Thank you, Dawn. Appreciate your comment. All right, so let's just talk quickly about onboarding. Hey. Try to make it quick for me, Elvira, so I can get through these next few slides so we can go eat.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that my entrance into a board was through a leadership program, and it was through recognition that while in California, our population is 40% Latino identifying, only 7% of our board membership is Latino. And that in itself, it doesn't matter what passion is, that's exclusion over many years of discrimination that we have to recognize. And yeah, I'm gonna be on a board with other folks that have passions towards the similar things. And my identity as a Latina, as what that means to me, is extremely important to me. And so, and I would hope that folks, that us as humans, that we see each other for the identities that we love about ourselves, and for the most part, accept those, or at least sadly tolerate those, yet moving towards that same passion.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. All right, you guys. I told you around this hour I would probably start withering because I've been up since 4 o'clock and I haven't eaten since 6 o'clock. So we're going to get through these next slides and we're going to go to lunch. But I really wanted to thank you for all of your comments. It's been such good, juicy conversation. Would you agree? Good comments. Okay. So we're going to talk about welcoming and onboarding. And so how you bring them into your organization really matters. Really matters. Because once you've done all that work, you remember the role play and everything, you've done all that good work, now you got the people, you've done your matrix, you got all your good people ready around the table, and then everything goes flat because, well, you don't do anything. Right? And people want to feel welcome. They want to be the center for a minute, right? And so when you do your onboarding, have a separate orientation just for them. You might want to invite a couple other board members to come. And give it some time, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, where you all can just talk. And do this before their first board meeting, right? So they can be oriented to the organization. And then make an announcement that you're bringing in new board members like this one and put it on your website and in your newsletter. Right? I've had organizations go so far as to find out where their board members are and send it to the local newspaper in their towns. I mean, people have done some crazy and interesting things, right? But make it a big deal that you have these new board members on your board. Let your staff know. How many times I talk to staff and they're like, we have no clue what's going on the board. We don't know anything about them. I would pass them in the mall if I saw them. Woo! Right? Make it a big deal. Give them some kind of gift, a t-shirt, a pen, some kind of swag. But let them know it's a big deal that you're here, and we're really excited that you're joining our board, right? And then once you bring in them, help them to feel welcome right from the start. I don't know if people still use the term board buddy. That's an old term, but mentor, buddy, partner, I don't want to care what you call it, but just giving them someone who to say, hey, you two kind of just, Kyle, look out for Gus, make sure he knows where to park. He knows who the allies and alligators are, right? On the board, right? Use name tags. So that's why I love name tags. And that's why I want to call you by your name, because it's good. Sitting at a table, we don't know each other, we don't have name tags. I'm not going to remember. Well, I'm old, but I'm not going to remember. But having a name tag certainly helps, right? And then, include a little bio, a little blurb about each new board member when they come on, so that everybody will know, Bob is married, he's got 2 kids, he loves to golf on the weekends, his favorite ice cream is chocolate, whatever. Just a little something personal so we can get to know Bob. It makes him feel important, right? Include the bio. And then help them to get up to speed right away by saying, here are the minutes from our last 2 board meetings that you weren't here yet, Bob. I want you to see what we talked about in the last 2 board meetings so you can see what we're discussing in our board meetings, right? And then, Bob, we have a couple of committees, development committee, a fundraising committee, a governance committee, finance. If you're interested in joining a committee, I would love to share a little bit about the committees with you. Like, we're bringing them into the fold, right? We're getting him involved and getting ready, and we want to let him know that there's some things he can do to get involved right away before he even leaves that orientation. If you want to join a committee, feel free to do so. Gus and Bob are going to talk. Like, we're going to really kind of start getting him in. So how we bring them in matters, all right? Talk up the mission. Mission moments. I love mission moments. I'm on the board of a local YMCA, and they do a great job of every meeting bringing in someone to tell something about the after-school program. They now have a young boys teen program. They had somebody from the teen program at our last meeting talking about the great work they're doing with boys who are teens. And of course, I'm interested because I have a 15-year-old, right? So just always talking up the mission. Boards who are really understanding the mission and their role in advancing it feel connected to the mission and feel connected to the work. Making sure I would have that mission statement on the top of every agenda, because you'd be surprised how many board members don't know the mission. They have an inkling, they think it's about children, particularly if you've been on the board for a long time. It's like, I don't know, we used to have an after-school program. Do we still have that? I don't know. Put it on the agenda, right? Put it in your signature, right? So incorporate mission moments, reinforce why the mission matters, remind them that their work involves making the world better, right? And then celebrate their role as change makers. It was like she said, we're all here to do good. But you have to do that work. So even when I sent a text message to a couple people on my board this morning before my meeting, thank you guys so much for your involvement. I appreciate your leadership. Just saying little things like that when you respond to them makes people feel like she really sees me and appreciates me. I do that all the time because I know that if I make them feel welcomed or make them feel seen, that when I ask them to do something, they're going to do it. They're going to be loyal. They're going to be obligated. And I want them to feel connected to the work, and I want them to know that as the board chair, I appreciate them coming, giving up all their personal time to come and serve. It's a lot of work being a board chair. I tell my board chairs, don't take on this role if you don't have time to cultivate relationships with people. Okay, responsibilities, you guys know, basically Board Source, there's a lot of responsibilities to the board, but Board Source says these are the three major ones. Set strategic direction, provide oversight, ensure organizational resources, right? So I have a board toolkit that I put together, which you each will get a copy of. It's on my website, it's worth $39, but I sent it to, girl, I'm hungry, I can't even think. Eileen, I sent it to Eileen, and you all will get a free download of the board. So everything that should go in your board toolkit when you bring in a new board member. The board directory, the mission, the vision, the budget, the strategic plan, who at the organization, if they have questions, where they can call. All that information should be in your board toolkit when you're bringing on new board members. All right, how we doing on time? Should we wait until afterwards because I'm withering. So, and you also, that commercial, when you get, what is it, when somebody gets hangry, they become like the woolly monster? I'm not so pleasant when I'm hungry, so.
We don't need a Snickers moment. Can everyone give a round of applause to Crystal for our morning session? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Crystal. We really appreciate it. So we are going to call tables to the buffet line. The way this will flow, we'll go out the back doors and then back up this hallway, and then you'll re-enter into the ballroom for lunch. We also have a number of tables outside. Those are first come, first serve situations. So if you want to get a little sunshine, please feel free to do so. And I think and we will share the slides with everyone. I wanted to make sure that we will send those out to everyone. So you can take your photos if you want, but you will receive all the slides. So please sit tight until your table is called, but I'm going to get started with tables 1 through 5. This first row, 1 through 5 out the back doors. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Hello, everyone. I've had some food, so I'm re-energized. How you guys feeling? All right. Whew. Thank you for putting up with me. I know towards the end I was dragging there. About to fall right out, but all right, we're good. All right, so we're going to get back into our conversation, but before we do that, I want to ask you a question. What is the first concert you ever attended? Chicago. What year was it? Who was it? What year was it? Who were you with? And what did you wear?
1976. Dallas, Fort Worth. My brother Alan and my best friend Corey.
Who'd you go see?
Chicago.
Oh, Chicago. Okay, 1976 Chicago. Okay. Who'd you go see?
The Beatles.
The Beatles! Woo! What year was it?
1965.
Oh my God.
And I have no clue what I wore.
Did you have long hair? Short, long?
No, I've always had
short, short hair.
Yeah.
Okay. Who else? What's the first concert? Over here.
1987, went to Van Halen featuring Sammy Hagar.
Oh.
Yeah. So Cow Palace, my at the time boyfriend who became my husband and then my ex.
Oh!
All of his friends, and it was amazing.
All right. Who else? Concert.
Well, as the former executive director of a music organization, I will say it was Peter and the Wolf. But actually, it was probably my first real concert was Def Leppard in 1992.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. First concert.
I don't know what's wrong with all you people.
Uh-oh.
My first concert was Willie Nelson in 1979.
Yes, Willie Nelson. That's a good one. I love Willie Nelson. Okay, who else?
My first concert this is terrible because it was 1964 and it was a New Stars concert and it was Sonny and Cher and Glenn Campbell at the Cow Palace in San Francisco.
Oh my God! Sonny and Cher! Wow! Okay, Okay.
Mine was 1961 Santana at the Fillmore.
Who's talking? Oh, here. Oh, Santana. Oh, that's a good one. I love Santana. Okay. Who else?
Here we go.
Come on, you guys.
Go ahead.
Okay, it was 1983. It was Billy Idol.
Oh.
And I had saved up to buy some fake Guess jeans.
Okay.
They were red. When they hosed us down, the dye
Oh.
leaked everywhere.
Oh, that's classic. Oh, that's classic. Okay.
This was Three Dog Night in 1970 at the Indianapolis State Fair.
Oh, wow. State Fair. Oh, my goodness.
1971, Neil Diamond at the Cow Palace.
Neil
Forever in
Diamond.
blue
Oh, I've never
jeans.
seen Neil Diamond. Okay.
Pink Floyd.
Who? Oh, Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd.
Yes, yes.
1972.
Okay.
In 1969, I was 12 years old, and there was a small concert called Woodstock.
That's a really small one, yes.
I missed it, I was too young. So my first one was the Eagles, and it was 1972, and it was at Summerfest in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, nice. Oh, you guys are bringing back some good memories. Remember when music was good? I don't know what the heck these kids are listening to today. It's very strange. Anybody else want to share? Thank you for sharing. Anybody else want to share?
I got one.
Where? Who's talking? Where are you? Over here. Hi.
Hi. Poison and Warrant in 1990.
Who?
Poison and Warrant. And I wore my acid wash Guess jeans.
I don't know Poison and Warrant. Okay. Is that I don't know that. Is that a rock group? Yes. Oh, okay. I've never heard of that one. But was it good? It was amazing. Amazing. Yes.
Wicked, Wilson Pickett, 1966.
Oh my goodness, so we're bringing back some oldies, man. I love it. 1966. Okay, over here. Who? Where?
This is my mom right here, so she really wants to show how cool she was. She said my first concert was when I was 8 months old with Fugees, Cypress Hill, and Tribe Called Quest. Do I remember this? No, but at least I know my mom's cool.
I love it, love it, love it. Anybody else want to share? Over here.
Okay.
Okay, we got a couple more hands up.
Hi.
Hi. Over here, over here.
It was 1965 at the Blue Dog Saloon in Lawrence, Kansas, and it was Ike and Tina Turner.
The Blue Dog Saloon. Wow, that sounds very interesting. Okay. Who else? Who else? Huh?
Paris, and it was 1988, and it was Peter Gabriel, Sting, and Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, I've never seen Bruce. Is he amazing? I've always wanted to see him. Dang. I never got a chance to see some of the big greats. I never saw Michael Jackson. Anybody see Michael Jackson? I never got a chance to see him. I'm so sad. Okay, over here, over here.
1998, Shania Twain, Arco Arena. Let's go, girls.
All right, Shania Twain, yes.
Sorry.
We got somebody over here?
I had a movie concert. So I wanted to watch Woodstock when I was in 8th grade, and my dad says, "You're not going by yourself." And I'm like, oh. So I went with my dad.
Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, what you got?
I'll be the baby in the room. 1999, Korn and Limp Bizkit. Where are my Korn fans? Where are my Korn fans?
All right, just maybe one or two more. We got one back there.
1986 Beastie Boys.
Oh, the Beastie Boys. Oh, man. Those good boy groups.
Hi, 1970 Styx in this little dive bar.
Oh, wow, you guys are bringing up the old. We got one more?
Oh, Linda.
1961, Ray Charles and the Raylettes, Carnegie Hall.
The Raylettes. The Raylettes. Oh my God, that's crazy. I love it. Well, you guys brought back some good memories. Was it good thinking about those times? Yeah. I thought so. I always loved that. My first concert was Earth, Wind & Fire in New York City, Radio City Music Hall. I was a senior in high school. And had a great, great time. But anyway, I always love doing that exercise because it helps us to kind of remember some really good times, right? Yeah. All right, let's get back to board stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was talking to a few people at lunch, and I just want to say thank you to all of you all because this is heart work. It's hard work, but it's heart work, right? And thank God for you because we know what's happening. I was just hearing some of the stories about programs being slashed and babies not going to have program services and, Head Start. And I just want to say that it takes a special kind of person to do this work. We don't get paid a lot of money, right? And so the fact that you're here and that you're doing the good work means that there are still good people in the world. And so that's what makes me go to sleep at night. Even though I hear the crazy news, I think about people like you, and it just makes me feel like there's hope. So I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you do. Here's the hope. Hope. Yes, 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 yes. All right. So we were talking about bringing your board on and making them feel very special from the very beginning, right? And we also want to talk about culture because it matters. And that's one of the things when I'm interviewing clients, I said, when they said, we want you to work with us, I said, well, tell me about your culture. What is it like? Are you guys meeting in a boardroom? Is it at someone's kitchen table? Is everyone dressed in, blue suits or jeans, casual? I've heard people say, well, we say beer and barbecue at our board meeting. I'm like, oh God, that's an interesting board meeting. Beer and barbecue at the board meeting. But culture really does matter. And so I want to hear from you. What's your culture of your board like? Is it friendly? Is it stuffy? Is it all about business? Is there some personal time where people can just kind of share first? Tell me about your boards. What's the culture like?
Thank you. It's a relatively small board, and we meet by Zoom.
Okay.
Every month, which to me is always something of a difficulty.
Okay.
While I believe in the convenience of Zoom, I certainly don't believe in the culture of Zoom because there is none. So we meet and discuss matters and everybody says goodbye. So there's no interaction of any kind.
Yeah. I tried to master Zoom, particularly, in 2020 and 2021, that was the only way that we could communicate with people. So we were having family meetings and family reunions and things. And so, I'd play music. We played board bingo. I created this game called Board Bingo. So a way for people to get to know one another. So I was just trying to be creative. And so when you have all Zoom-only board meetings, you do have to be more creative. And just sharing time, allowing people to come on the first few minutes and just share what's going on in their lives. Ask them how their soul is, right? Just give them a chance to kind of talk. And some people won't, but that's okay. You provide the space for them to do so. So anybody else want to share about the culture of their board? Hi.
So we're federal and state funded, so we have to meet in person again. Our board is, I wouldn't say formal, but definitely a little more
Reserved.
Okay. Yeah, and everybody's careful about what they say, and their names and the county they're from is on the table, and we have procedures and everything.
Okay.
We also have an advisory council, and our advisory council is in the same room, the same setup, but it always feels just slightly less reserved. So we have a little bit more of community members, and it's a little more casual, but still we follow procedure.
Right.
And we're in person. But there is legislation. We might be able to go to Zoom for some of our meetings for advisory council if there's some legislation that gets passed. So fingers crossed.
Well, if you can figure out a way, even those that are a little bit more reserved and a little bit more stuffy, if you can figure out a way just to make it a little bit more relaxed so that people will enjoy it and it doesn't feel so. And the thing is, we definitely want to focus on business. So we don't want to stray away from why we're meeting. But sometimes those little stuffy ones makes it difficult for people to feel like they can speak up. But each board is different. There's no right or wrong. But I do believe that culture definitely matters. And people who have a good time and enjoy serving on the board will come, right? Because if it's a thing that you lament, like, oh God, I got a board meeting today, I don't want to go. So we're going to say the same agenda from last month. There's nothing new. You know, who wants to do that, right? So, kind and inclusive. What makes a culture kind and inclusive? Like, when's the last time? Like, take a few minutes and just chat with someone at your table. Think about a time when you experienced a kind and inclusive culture. What was it like for you? What made it kind and inclusive? And what do you want to bring to your board or team culture to make it more inclusive? I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to talk about this at your table. 2, and we're gonna come right back. Class being used? Grab it. Oh, you know what? All right. Okay. All right, I love all the chatter, but I'm curious to hear. I'm curious to hear from you. So tell me. Okay, if you can hear me once, clap twice. All right. Kind and inclusive culture, who wants to share? My loyal guy over here, I love it. Are we going somewhere else? No, okay. Okay, come over here with the mic.
We have the comfy chair.
Yeah, we have a thing going on over here. Okay.
Hello.
Kind and inclusive culture. What does it look like? What does it feel like?
So, in addition to making space for people of diverse backgrounds, racially, gender, and sexual minorities, one of the big points that we made was that inclusivity is also about respecting somebody's boundaries. So if you are at a meeting and somebody is very sharing, that's great. But if somebody's like, I don't want to share as much, then you just pass the turn and you're like, you don't push.
Yeah.
Because that's also inclusive, is respecting boundaries like that.
Yeah. I remember once a board was complaining about a board member who was very, very engaging and gregarious, but she was a touchy kind of person. And so she would talk and she would just always be, oh my God, and people were like, oh, You know, and so they were trying to figure out how to tell her, and she was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend people. That's just how I get excited." But some people don't want to be touched. You have to respect that boundary, right? Okay. Over here. Okay. What you got?
Oh, I was just going to say that I had the great good fortune of having a board chair who's in this room, but I won't name any names, who had this amazing ability to recognize each of the board members and say, this is what is so great about you. This is what you bring to us. And she did that for everybody in the room, making them feel good about themselves and recognizing them. And I can't stress the importance of that. Well, she can stand up if she wants to.
My lady with the blue jewelry who I talked to earlier. Yes. I knew it. I knew you were special. Thank you. That is so wonderful. How long have you been board chair?
I'm no longer.
Former board chair?
4 years.
4 years, okay. It looks like you did a great job. Okay. Anybody else? Kind and inclusive culture? Back there?
Hi, it actually wasn't with a nonprofit. I had worked at a company previously, and the kind and inclusive culture was a boss that kind of rolled up their sleeves and did the work with us and really got to know us on an individual level, what our strengths, what our weaknesses were, and how we could build the company together and what spoke to our strengths. And actually that person really created that culture and came in as the new CEO, and that always can be scary and a worrisome time for people, and he made it super approachable and created an amazing team. And I actually just recently asked him to be on our board, so hopefully he can help bring that to this, our new agency.
You guys know people don't leave organizations, or they don't even leave jobs, they leave people. Whether it be on a board, whether it be at your actual job. You know, a toxic supervisor or a toxic board chair can make your experience at work hell. It could be a wonderful organization, and you even love the job, but so having someone who's like this example that this young lady shared, just if you get a boss like that, that's just a win-win to have someone who builds inclusive culture like that. And it's the same with serving on the board. You definitely want to make it so that people feel good and affirmed about the work that they're doing with you. And so I say even go so far as to create an inclusive culture statement and what that looks like, and every organization can create their own. I actually wordsmithed this and put it in AI, and it came back as the board of directors, we're committed to leading with purpose, heart, and integrity. Our goal is to help this organization thrive by staying true to our mission and creating space where everyone feels seen, heard, and valued. We believe in fostering a culture that uplifts diverse voices, balances power thoughtfully, encourages honest dialogue, and welcomes respectful disagreement. We're invested in growing as leaders, planning for the future, and building a strong, trusting relationships with one another, our staff, volunteers, and partners. While the work we do is serious, we approach it with humility, shared responsibility, and a spirit of mutual support and growth. Not bad, right? Now, if you handed that to your new people when they come on the board and said, this is who we are. This is what our culture looks like here. Someone like Sheila would probably not sign up, would she? Because that coming in late and being disruptive, that is not who we are. That's not what our culture statement says. So you can create your own culture statement. Like I said, I just put some things in ChatGPT and asked it to create a culture statement for me, and it came up with one. So you can put in your values. At our organization, we value friendship, privacy, whatever, and ask ChatGPT to make a culture statement for you. Bam, wordsmith it some more, make sure it feels good, share with your board and say, this is who we are. You can even put it on your website, right? This is who we are. Build a DEI calendar. Besides the regular holidays like Christmas, Hanukkah, July 4th, right, Easter, we know those big ones. But what about some of the other holidays and traditions that some of our board members might celebrate that we don't know about? And we certainly don't want to plan meetings, events, activities during those times. So I have a friend who's from India, and she told me about Diwali. I didn't know about Diwali. I didn't know anything about that holiday. I didn't know what date it was. And after she shared it with me, I'm like, that's a date that needs to go on a DEI calendar. So if your board is diverse and you have people from different backgrounds, you want to make sure that you acknowledge their holidays and make sure you don't plan anything that might interfere with their ability to participate if they be celebrating some of these traditional holidays. Just an idea. Do it or not do it, but I think it really helps to build. If people see that, to me, that would make me feel like this is a really inclusive and kind culture, that they're looking at me and can see that there are certain holidays, certain times where I might not be able to participate, or even to acknowledge it. This is Black History Month. This is Diwali. This is, Indigenous Peoples Day, whatever it is. But if you have people on your board who celebrate those holidays, it feels good to see that your organization actually acknowledges them. Has anyone ever thought about doing this or already do this? Have a DEI calendar? What do you think about the idea? You have one? What do you think about the idea? Y'all are very quiet. Y'all, the food, you're hungry? Yeah. You need to get up and stretch. Guys, when we start talking about DEI, you guys get so quiet. Do you like the idea? No or yes? Yes? Okay. Hi. Not working.
Okay, so we use the calendar that lets you know what month it is or what day it is. Honoring this date or we're celebrating this.
Yeah. Again, like I said, just another way to show your board that you're being inclusive is to acknowledge a holiday that might be meaningful to them. One of the biggest challenges I always hear from people is, I don't know how to keep my board engaged. Anybody have that issue? Can't keep them engaged, right? I don't know what to do. And so, there are just lots of ways. I remember as a fundraiser, it was just me and a small team of development staff, and so I had a whole long list of things that I needed done on a weekly basis. And so I kept my board engaged every week. I would send out, these are my menu. This is my menu of things to do this week. If you can help me with any of these, if you can go with me to see the donor, if you can look at this grant application before we submit it, if you can look at the strategic plan. We have a Giving Tuesday committee meeting on Thursday. We would love for you to attend. I'm always trying to figure out ways to keep my board engaged in between board meetings, because they say, well, we only meet once a quarter, so if I meet with you in February, then I don't see you again until June. What am I supposed to be doing in between? And so I just say, I think the onus is on staff to keep them engaged in ways that might be helpful, to not only to the staff, but makes the board member feel important. I used to call my board members and ask for counsel about things. We're thinking about changing our gift acceptance policies. Would you take a look at them with me? What do you think? We were thinking about now, we decided to start taking non-cash donations. What do you think about that? Should we accept stock? Should we accept artwork? What do you think if we, just really just trying to get them to think and to engage and to contribute. So if you're looking for a new vice president, capital campaign, right? Equip them with all kinds of story banks, a bank of stories so that they can go ahead and tell the world about the great work you're doing. So anybody else have any creative ways that you're keeping your board engaged in between board meetings? Yes. You. Hi.
We have a very important committee. I think it's called We have a very important committee called the Volunteer
Development Cadre.
Like she said. They meet on a regular basis, do a lot of work, think how can we support our volunteers and how can we reward them or recognize them, praise them, all of that to make them feel good about what they're doing.
Yeah. Thank you. Anybody else? How do you keep your board engaged in between meetings?
I haven't done it in a while, but I want to get back into it. I used to send Friday updates, and it would just be an update of what happened in the gallery, what went well, what didn't go well, and it's also a great way to just give kudos to some of the board members who have shown up recently.
I love it. Thank you. Anybody else?
Crystal, over here.
Over here. Okay.
We have a group text messaging thread
Where are we? Oh, hi.
Right here. Yeah, so I'm here today with one of our board members.
Yes.
So we took a picture and sent it to our group chat.
Yes.
Let them know what we were doing. And
Real
so every
time.
week there's
Yes.
something that's happening.
Yeah, I'm in several group chats, and that's a great idea. Updates, quick in real time. Yep. Hi.
So every Friday, we send out a Friday 5. It's just a 5-point bullet points of what happened during the week.
Ah.
Sometimes there's pictures, sometimes there's reminders.
Yeah.
And then we have a board engagement calendar. We have about 8 things on the calendar where board members are invited out to, let's say, a program visit or a happy hour
I love
or
it.
breakfast. And the ones that are the most successful is when we pair them, like we have a happy hour out at one of the events to watch our program for individuals with disabilities, and we've got a breakfast at one of our other events. So they're both seeing a program and having an engagement at the same time.
I really admire those organizations who are actually hiring people to oversee and build relationships with the board, like a director of board relations, because it is a job. If you really want to keep your board engaged and have them give and come to things, you really need to have somebody that is their job, to notice when someone has not been at a couple of board meetings. Oh, so-and-so hasn't been around for a while. Let me call him. Oh, his wife is in the hospital. Did we know that? No one knew that. Right? Just having someone just kind of keeping up with the board, making sure that they're staying engaged, making sure they're giving their donations, making sure they're involved in the life of the organization in whatever ways you see fit. Whether you're going to have them speak at an event, or you're going to have them just be there to work a room if we're networking, go out, or I've taken board members with me when I'm going on foundation visits. I mean, foundations love when the fundraiser brings a board member, because that just gives you so much credibility, and the board member can share why they're on the board and why this organization means so much to them. So there are ways for you to bring that board out of the boardroom and into the life of the organization. We actually had a Take Your Board to Work day. When I worked at the shelter, I worked at a homeless shelter, and we would invite our board members to come to the shelter, serve dinner, rake leaves in the yard, read to the kids, like take your board to work day. Come out of your boardroom and actually come into the shelter and see what we do, who we're serving every day in the community. And they were like, oh my God, this is so cool. We've never done this before. Well, yeah, you should be down here and engaged. So they're just things that you can do. Be creative. How can we get our boards out of the boardroom and involved in our day-to-day work, whatever that looks like for you? So, just some ideas. Hi.
Uh-oh, we need a microphone?
Okay.
Thank you. Just quickly, one of the silver linings of COVID was as soon as we went into COVID, that was my first year as president of the Auburn Symphony Board. When we went into lockdown, I started doing a weekly memo, so it's similar to this because communication was so important and we weren't sure when we were going to see people. The thing I wanted to mention, and I hope I'm not jumping ahead to whatever else you're going to add, but what I noticed in hindsight is the engagement, keeping the board members engaged and communicating with them became something that the board members took seriously, and it spilled over into how we thought about ways to engage our patrons, because we were in the business as a symphony of being able to gather people at a time when we couldn't gather people. So we found creative ways to do this. And the long and the short of it was, it led to deeper, better relationships with everybody who came out to support us, which in turn led to higher donor levels. And that story isn't even done yet because they continue to go up and up and up. So there's a long-term benefit of really cultivating relationships, starting with your board and then with those clients, customers, those that you serve.
We got
and you go
creative
out.
during COVID, didn't we? We had to. We didn't have a choice. We had galas online, and a lot of folks said they raised lots of money with virtual events. Board attendance was up, right? Because no one had anywhere else to go. So I'm just saying, we gotta don't lose that creativity because we're now meeting in person again. We gotta figure out ways to keep folks involved and excited. Other ways of keeping board members engaged is, just being mindful of their time too. Having a 3 or 4 hour board meeting, I think is crazy. Usually after about 90 minutes, people start withering. And even if you can keep it to an hour, because I've had 90-minute board meetings where people are like, I'm like, okay, 60, 75 minutes tops, right? Making sure you're aligning their strengths with their expertise. Remember, we talked about that. Showing impact, keeping the mission front and center, sharing impact stories and involve them in the work. Let's see what else we have here. Fostering relationships. We're going to talk about the board CEO partnership in just a minute. So yeah, these are just some other ways. And then celebrate them when they do something wonderful, right? There's no, what's your name, sis? With the blue jewelry. Like Steph, me and Steph go way back. Like Steph said, making sure that you recognize them and thank them when they're doing good work. So this is all part of keeping your board engaged. And then again, as I shared, getting them out in the community, it's just really, they feel so good when they realize, oh my God, these are real people we're helping. And they get to talk to some of the folks, right? So whether they're serving dinner or reading to the kids or raking leaves or whatever it is, but get them out and actually get them involved in the community. Because I talk to board members and I say, well, how many people have ever been to the site? And people don't raise their hand. I'm like, how could you be on the board and you've never been down to the school? You've never been to the community garden. You've never been to the hospital. You've never been to where the people are. You guys find that to be true? A lot of board members have never been to or been in the communities where they're actually making decisions about, which makes it really tough. Okay. All right, so any questions about board engagement before we move to AI? Yes.
We started to talk about asking about gender orientation, and you said we would talk about it later. Is that coming up?
Gender orientation for?
How do you ask somebody who's applying for your board what their preference would be?
Oh, you mean in terms of how they identify?
Yes.
Well, the way I get information is I'm a survey girl. I like to send surveys out to people, and some people will respond and not send anything. Or some people will respond and not fill out some stuff, and some people will respond and tell you everything, and then some people won't respond at all. But I'm one of those people, particularly when I was a fundraiser, because I wanted to do segmented fundraising. I wanted to be able to tailor my messages for specific stakeholder groups that I was working with. So I know women respond to fundraising differently than men do, right? I know older people, so I would always segment my donors by gender, sometimes by religion, by those who came to the gala, by those who've given 5 years in a row, by those who give more than $1,000, whatever, so that I can tailor my messaging. So I'm a survey girl. I'm going to survey you all day long and ask you to just tell us who you are. I mean, that's the best way to do that.
So when you're interviewing someone to be on the board, how do you go about getting that kind of information without being...
asking them how they identify?
Yes.
And so are you looking for someone who is...
Well, I don't know, even the people on my board, I don't know their orientation.
Okay.
Do you ask them outright? Are you green or blue or...
Okay, so I tell you I'm a New Yorker, right? So I'm just going to ask you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was trying to be diplomatic.
I mean, I think if it's information that you need that's going to be helpful, you might want to explain why you're asking that information.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would definitely say how do you identify? Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I don't know if
some people might not want to though.
Well,
yeah.
kind
It's kind of weird. Some people might
I'm
not.
not sure you're allowed to ask, but what we do, we have a certain question that we ask. We say we honor pronouns. And so there's certain questions I think you can ask that open that door. And oftentimes when I'm doing like interviews, and it's not for the board, but like for hiring, then they feel like it's a safe place to share. And then usually there's a big sigh of relief. But I don't know if we're really, does anyone know, like, are we allowed?
Well, I'm actually doing a board search right now for an organization who they serve families and individuals who have HIV and AIDS. And so they're looking for people with, how we're calling it, lived experience. And so we actually have that on our announcement, that we're looking for people with lived experience in the community. And so when people come on and I interview them, a lot of times they will tell me that either I'm a client of this organization or I have lived experience, or someone will just say, I have HIV or my brother had HIV, people will just disclose. So I guess you got to figure out the best way. We just called it lived experience in this community. That's how we did it, but yeah.
So a lot of times too, if you introduce yourself with pronouns, that gives the person the chance to state theirs. A lot of times if that person is too scared to say their pronouns, then it opens the door to say, oh, you're using your pronouns, I feel safe with you, they'll probably be more forthright. So it's, and if you're in doubt, if you meet somebody and you're in doubt, you can say, my pronouns are, what are yours? I mean, just ask them. If you ask, at least that lets them know that you're aware.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so someone asked earlier when I asked about digital governance, someone says, what's that? Oh goodness, how boards can oversee the use of AI, right? And so establishing governance and policies that help define the ethics around using AI, right? Because people's privacy is definitely a problem. We want to make sure that we're not doing anything that's going to put people's information out. That's going to be very risky. Regularly assessing AI-driven decisions for biases, accuracy, and alignment with the mission. Educating leadership on AI capabilities, because a lot of times they don't even know what it is or what the capabilities are, the risks and the responsible implementation, and gathering feedback from staff, donors, and beneficiaries to ensure AI supports equity and inclusion. How many people use AI in your work every day? Okay. And then what about your board? Do you think your board understands how you use AI in your work? Clueless? You think they're clueless? Okay, everyone's very quiet. I got giggles, but I got no conversation. Yes?
It's on. I think that AI may have some positive things, but in terms of building relationships among board members, it just fails. And I think that reliance on, you have to be very careful how you use it. And as I'm sitting here and looking at what you have on the slide, I have no frickin' clue how I would use AI in my capacity sitting as a board member of a foundation. Wow. And I just don't, because personal relationships and that, interaction with a person is so important in building your donor database and all these kind of things that you do. So maybe I'm a Luddite, is that the correct word? About that kind of thing.
Okay, what say you on this subject? Do you have something to say?
Yeah. This is a little less about our board, but it's something we need to think about with our board as well. But as an agency, it came to the attention of our executive director recently that we have lots of staff that are using AI. And she's like, just shocked and appalled, and she was going to ban it. And then we had a big conversation with our IT department because there are security issues and privacy issues around using some random app that does AI for you. So we came to the determination that because we contract with Microsoft, they work seamlessly with our security measures, that we've instructed staff that they can use Microsoft AI. I can't remember what the name of it is. I haven't explored it too much, but I do know that it's being used. And one of the things that we made clear to our staff, and I guess if we would have to do this with our board as well, is that anything you produce with AI, it's your responsibility to make sure it's accurate, it's true, it's inclusive.
AI could be wrong.
All of that, it can 100% be wrong.
What else do you have to say about this topic? Should have whipped some AI on her, huh? Okay.
So I was in a meeting, and the person on the Zoom call was using Otter, Note Taker, and after the meeting, I got this summary email that listed everything that was talked about in the meeting, and I thought that was pretty handy. So I think there are some positives.
So I use something called MeetGeek, and it does the same thing. But I always ask people for permission because it joins your meeting right away. Like you don't have to, you don't have to make it come. So as soon as your Zoom link pops up, either Otter or MeetGeek comes right into your meeting, and I have the ability to remove it. So I let people know that the meeting is being transcribed and recorded, and if they don't want that, then I have the ability to take it off. I only do it just because I used to take 8,000 pages of notes, because that's how I learn and hear, is I'm writing. And then after a while, I'm like, what am I going to do with all this paper? And so the Meet Geek at the end of my meeting summarizes my meeting for me. It tells me how well we communicated, whether there was good feedback, whether there was insight, whether we had good follow-up. I mean, it gives me a lot of, it even talks about tone, or this a little sarcastic. I'm like, oh my goodness, I was sarcastic. So I just love it, but you have to ask the person who you're in a meeting with if they're okay with you using it. You can't just assume that it's okay.
So I know there's a lot of strong feelings around AI, but we use it, and I feel like if you're using AI to build capacity, so maybe I don't have the time to make the email nice and friendly and whatever, and I would just get to the point, but I think it's helpful in that way, and just how you're using it. Like, you're not replacing personal relationships, but if that can be done in 30 seconds, and as a grassroots organization needing more capacity, I think it's actually a great tool. And I think, whether we like it or not, it's here, so we need to kind of at least, nobody has to do anything, but I think it is beneficial to understand some of the tools.
Yeah.
We were talking, some of the kids are like, oh, you only use that to cheat in school, but there's some really amazing programs like Notebook LM, free on Google, which will disseminate information in different ways for different types of learners. And so I think we just need to become more educated around it, and how can we use this as a tool, but it doesn't replace personal relationships. Maybe eventually it'll run the world, who knows, but.
Yeah. I use ChatGPT all the time. My ChatGPT knows me personally. And some days I'm like, you're stupid. They're like, no, you're stupid. Like, so we just have like these really, like, that was a really dumb response. So let me try this one. I'm like, nope, try again, right? So at this point, it knows my voice. It knows how I speak, right? And so I used to have to, when I first started using it, go in and wordsmith a lot of my responses. Now it kind of knows me. And it's like, okay, we know you want to be inclusive, warm, and friendly, right? Conversational. And I said, and humorous, right? And so it'll come back. But I love AI, at least in this ChatGPT, but you do need to make sure that you're using it responsibly, right? So AI's role in board governance analyzes trends, risks, and financial health, making sure the tools are streamlining meeting preparation, like that. Automating reporting and personalizing communication. It helps boards catch mistakes, stay legal, and spot financial red flags before they become big problems. And it supports fairer board practices by reducing bias in recruitment and decision making. So I think there are some really good ways that AI can be used. It's scary to a lot of us because it's still kind of new, and a lot of us don't really know it or understand it, but a lot of organizations are using it. And so I just say, as a board, be open. If some of your younger staff members come to you with some ideas, be open. Yes?
Do you still want to say? So I'm the first to say that I really don't know much about AI, or I think I've used ChatGPT once maybe, because I wanted to check it out. But I do have a high school intern that works in our office, and I asked her to do an email, and she's like, here it is. And I said, oh gosh, this looks great. She's like, whatever the chat is. And I said, you're using that? And she's like, yeah, they tell us to use it in school all the time. So this is something that it's not just college age. They're being told to use it in high school, and that is our next generation of employees.
I'm aware that there is such a thing as hallucination by AI. AI has generated journals and citations in legal briefs, in research articles that don't exist. I think just like you, I think that it has potential and is used more and more. I don't know, and I'd like to know how I can find out which tools are the best, the most reliable in terms of using AI.
I have some friends who are AI geeks, so I can get that information. I don't know it personally, but I can certainly get it for you if you're interested. So I'll give you my business card. And some of these guys, I don't know, they're just like brilliant, but they can give you all the tools, the ones that work best. Great. Absolutely. All right. Yes.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi. There's a few things I want to say. I hope I don't get lost. But one thing is that it's such an amazing tool to engage young people in some ways. I'm not going to be the proponent of everything AI, but some of the things I've been able to do that we're already doing are just absolutely amazing. So like things that we come up with weekly for our juvenile hall classes and stuff, to be able to tailor something that already exists to a certain population or group or dynamic, then I've been able to like shift the language of a personality test, for instance, and engage these kids in a different way where it's using their language. We've also been able to inspire young people to get further into writing, and we've had debates about production and what creative, one creation versus the other. And I think it's an important time for us to have these conversations with our communities we serve, and especially young people. And then beyond that, it's like Natalie had mentioned, we're here. And if these young people don't know how to navigate these tools and resources, then how are they going to keep up with the direction and the speed that we're going?
Thank you. Anything else about AI before we move forward? All right, so now we got a fun job here. Where are my fundraisers in the room again? All right, again, group hug afterwards. We're going to talk about fundraising, okay? Yeah. All right, take a deep breath. This is always a point of contention for our board members. They're scared to death to raise money. We're going to talk about why. All right, so these are some trends. I'm not going to go through all these. You'll get this presentation and you can look through these later. I would just say crypto and digital gifts, hybrid fundraising events, donor advised funds, monthly giving, all those things are really, really hot topics in fundraising right now. So just some trends I thought I'd share in fundraising. I believe that there are 3 board types when it comes to fundraising. I believe there's some folks like me who, I'm not scared to ask people for what I want. Like, Ari, was it you I wanted your necklace? Like, if I want it, I'm just gonna say, give that to me right now, Susan. There's some people who are not scared. There's some people who are like, oh my God, I could never ask. I'm not scared of the word no. So there are people like me. You wanna have those kind of people on your board. There are people who will say, you know what? I don't wanna ask people, but I'll connect you with people all day long. Like, I got lots of people in my network. I'll be happy to introduce you to her. And I'll have a dinner at my house and I'll bring these 2. And then next week I'm gonna have a barbecue and I'm gonna ask these 2. And then in my book club, I'm gonna ask those 2, right? There's some people who just say, I don't mind connecting you. We need you, right? And there's some people who say, I'm your cheerleader. I'm going to be on Facebook. I'm going to be on LinkedIn. I'm going to be rah-rah organization all day long. I'm going to be posting pictures of me at the event, right? Saying thank you. And so I think having a combination of these 3 types of people all contribute to fundraising. And everyone doesn't have to be all things. I happen to be probably a combination of all 3. So people love to have me on the board because they know if I'm passionate about your organization, I'm going to ask you for money. But that's not everyone. And we can't make people, it has to be voluntary, and it has to be something people feel comfortable with. So where are my fundraisers in the room who I'll ask all day long? Anybody like me? 2 hands, 1 finger. Okay. Okay. And then where are my connectors in the room? Connectors? Oh, not as many connectors as I thought. Okay. And then where are my ambassadors? Oh, that seems where most people feel comfortable. Okay. So board chairs, I think you need to have a combination of all 3 of these on your board. People who are rah-rah, people who will make that ask for you, and people who will connect other people to your organization. And if you can get a combination of all 3 in one person, good job, good job. The board fundraising committee or the development committee, how many people have a development committee on their board? Do they meet? Do they do anything? Yeah? Yes? Okay, because I used to be the liaison to our development committee, and they were just a poor group of souls. I just could not get them to come. They just were not engaged. And I was like, we just need to shut this committee down, because why are we having these meetings and no one's coming? But the board fundraising committee can be an important committee on your board. They can work with staff to develop the fundraising plan and support the board's giving and engagement, help with gift acceptance policies, which is what I often did with my board, and invite them, of course, to make a personal contribution. So the board has some roles in overseeing fundraising, making sure that fundraising is kept ethical, making sure that we're diversifying our revenue streams, setting clear gift rules, training our fundraisers and giving them the resources that they need, banning commission-based pay, because I hate people who say, well, yeah, you can raise your own salary. And making sure that we're doing all things ethical and following the rules. Anybody else see anything that I didn't put up here about a board's role in fundraising? What else should a board do in fundraising for an organization? Any hands up? Yes.
You probably covered it, but I use my board a lot to call the donors because we use GiveButter, and GiveButter gives me their phone number, their amount. As soon as it registers online, it comes right to me as an email. I take the same email, change the words, convert it, and I send them a thank you in an email. And then the board gets the phone number, and they call them and say, thank you so much. Why did you give? We very much appreciate it. And really, then we follow up with a thank you letter as well. So you engage
All that's
them.
AI too, right? That you're using with the GiveButter is doing all that for you?
Yes, it's already set up.
I love it. And I love GiveButter too, by the way. Anybody else? Thank you for your comment. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to add gratitude.
We're going to talk about gratitude. Yes. All right. Why are boards resistant to fundraising? You say fundraising, everybody puts their head down. Not me, please, no, don't ask me. Oh God, no. I could never ask people for money. Sometimes they just don't freaking understand the mission or don't even know what the mission is, right? Lack of leadership, role models, poor communication, expectations are unclear, board is not engaged, fundraising strategy not defined. That's a big one. I asked board members, okay, so if you were to receive $1 million donation today that was unrestricted, how would you use it? How can the organization best use it? And I'm expecting board members to just start blurting out and people are quiet. I'm like, you guys don't know what the priorities are of the organization? We got $1 million that just came in. We were unexpecting. We were not expecting. And now we can use it to do, what should we do? And they were like, I'm not sure. What do you think? If your organization received $1 million donation today, unrestricted, what should they do with it? Hire someone. I love it. What else? What else? What else? I can't hear. You want to create a new program? Okay. Expand. Okay. I don't know about creating new, because sometimes you got to hire staff. And, okay. What else? Invest in future fundraising. I love that. Absolutely. Because guess what? You got to spend money to get money. It's an investment. And I hate people who say, we don't want to invest in fundraising because, well, that's something we can do without. Hello? What? What do you mean? What else? $1 million donation comes into your organization. What you gonna do with it? Invest it, she said. Ooh, I like that. Create some kind of endowment, maybe. Okay. How many organizations have an endowment? Okay.
Reminder that PCF offers this for you.
Okay, somebody from this table, $1 million comes to your organization. How are you using it?
I am redoing the community room at the Rockland Library. I'm fixing the backyard there so the outdoor space is usable. We are buying another bookmobile because we have a lot of folks in Placer County who need library mobile services, and then we'd be giving some to our Placer County Library Fund.
Oh my God, girl, you were. I know, I can already say, go on it, girl, you were on it. I love it. Okay, somebody else. What would you do with the money? $1 million. Come on, over here.
We'd finish our move to our new campus and replace me.
Okay. I'm out the door, huh? Okay. Over here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we would be installing a lift, installing a ramp for ADA access. We'd be putting in a commercial kitchen, redoing the floor and the upstairs and the windows, which need help, hiring staff, and then any leftover would be put into an endowment for future operations.
Oh my God, I love it, I love it. So your board members should be able to bleh. When I ask them that question, $1 million come to your organization, how should they best use it? Your board members should say blah, 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 just like they just did. Not like, They have to know the priorities of your organization. What do you need the money for? You can't ask people for money you don't know how it's going to be used or best used, right? Lack of training, misconceptions about fundraising. And, we could talk about it all day long. I'm just a believer that we ask people for what we want in our lives all day, every day. You ever fight a speeding ticket? You ever go in the grocery store and want to know why the registers are not open? All day long, we're always advocating for what we want and asking for what we want. But then when I say advocate for this organization, make sure it has the resources, oh no, I could never ask for money. But let someone wrong your kid at school. You up at that school? I need to speak to the principal right now. You're advocating for yourself and for your family. Advocate the same way for your organization. And if you feel fear, feel the fear and do it anyway. There were plenty of times when I walked into a donor meeting and my stomach was going, blah, 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 and I was like, walk in there with your head held high, remember what this great organization does, and go in here and ask for this money. Feel the fear and ask anyway. What could they say? What are the two answers?
Maybe.
And if they say no, has any laws been broken? Your feelings might be hurt. But if you don't ask, what's going to happen? Feel the fear and ask anyway. If you care about something, you're going to advocate. Let you be asked to sell some Girl Scout cookies. How many Girl Scout cookie moms have been in here? You sell Girl Scout cookies over the years. I got too many Thin Mints in my freezer right now because I couldn't say no to some mama who was in my front door selling Girl Scout cookies. You're about that. You want to make sure your daughter is selling the most Girl Scout cookies in the whole daggone troop, right? Exactly. It's the same thing. Fundraising is about asking for something that you care deeply about.
That was low.
And even when you're scared, do it anyway. Take the risk. And you think, oh, I don't want to ask my friends and family because they might think I'm trespassing on them. Whatever. When I walk in the room, my family goes, oh, God, here she comes. Because they know I'm coming in. I'm like, guys, I found this great organization. And then I'm like, I need everybody to cash at me $25 right now. We're going to make a group donation. Or when I go to my book club meeting, the same thing. Before we start talking about the book, let me tell you about this wonderful organization I just found out about. Oh my God, they're helping girls. They're helping Latina girls. Where's Elvira? They're helping Latina girls. Oh my God, we got to make a, come on guys, we can give $200 right now. They can say no, or they can say yes. I don't know about you guys. It's not scary to me. Because they say no, now we'll just start talking about the book and read them. Eat the nachos at the book club meeting. But if they say yes, now we have a donation. Take the fear out of fundraising. Change the language, change your mindset about what it's about. For me, this is God's work. I know a few people mentioned God in here. God put me on this earth for a reason, to do work in his kingdom and to do good. And when I go see him, however long that may be, I want him to say, job well done, sister. So for me, when I go in, I'm thinking, this is pleasing God, what I'm doing. Fundraising is connected to my spirituality and who I am on this earth. So change your mindset about it. Walk in there with your head held up high. You might be shaking a little bit, but that's okay. And you walk right in and you say, hi, how are you? My name is Crystal Cherry. How are you? How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. Thank you so much for meeting with me. Listen, you've been involved in our organization for the last 10 years, and you have obviously loved the work that we're doing. I'm so grateful for your contribution. can we talk a little bit more about how we might be able to even further your involvement with our organization? Maybe leaving some kind of legacy donation, a legacy gift? How much are you thinking? She said, how much you thinking? I mean, she could say no, kick rocks, lady, and leave the room. Or she could say, okay, well, let's talk. I don't know. It's not scary to me, but I do understand that everybody is not in the same place about it, and everybody is not as comfortable with it as I am. But if you change your mindset and just think about, why am I asking? Who is this going to help? It makes it easier, even if you're uncomfortable about it. Because we've been uncomfortable lots of times in our lives and we had to do stuff, right? I'm uncomfortable when I get a speeding ticket. I keep mentioning speeding tickets because I just got one. And I went in court and tried to fight it all day long, and I still got it. But we just go through things in life, right? So the best way to be prepared is to practice, right? Have the tools that you need in order for you to do well. So I call this my POP fundraising toolbox, my points of pride. These are the things that you got to have in your toolbox in order for you to do a good job asking for money. You need to know the mission statement, right? The mission of the organization, the case. Why? Who cares about this organization in the first place? Why should we care? And what happens if the organization goes away? Who's going to hurt? Right? That's the case for support. The annual report is in your fundraising toolkit so that you can share with them all the great things that your organization is doing, show them the numbers, show them who gives already. You should know your budget, your fundraising goals. Well, this year we need to raise $3 million to enhance our after-school program. You should be able to speak fluently about that, right? Have compelling stories to tell. This is where the staff comes in. They give you compelling stories about Bob's life before and after. Please, Bob. I keep pulling on poor Bob. Did he leave? Oh, did I run him out? I'm sorry. Sorry, Bob. About how Bob's life has been changed because of the good work of our organization. Make sure your board has those good stories, right? Know that they have the fundraising goal. Make sure they have tips on how to ask, all right? A staff directory and ways to say thank you. Those are all the things that you give your board and say, here's your fundraising toolkit. This is right here. You're equipped. Now, if you need me to come with you on the ask, I'm happy to do that. I remember one time a board member was meeting with an old college roommate who he had not seen in many years. The guy was now retired and had done well. He said, I know this guy has money. I know he would give if I asked him. He said, I don't know how to do it. So I said, well, let's sit down and let's talk about him. So he was tell me what he was like in college. And so we were sitting down and talking about it. And they said, I don't know. So I said, you know what, maybe on the first visit, because you haven't seen him in 20 years, maybe on the first visit you don't ask. What we're just going to do is we're going to get reacquainted. We're going to talk a little bit. He's going to tell you about his great career. He's retired. Ask about his kids, all that kind of stuff. And then when he's asked, well, what have you been up to? I serve on the board of this great organization. And by the way, we're having a golf event next week. Would you like to come? Or can I send you our latest newsletter? Right? And then we are now cultivating a relationship. You bring me in, we're cultivating a relationship with this college roommate. And then maybe in 3, 4, 5 months, now we're at a place where we can ask him for a large donation. But just that cultivation in the beginning, and I was kind of working with him along the way, because he's like, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to say. And he's not a professional fundraiser, so I don't expect him to know. But as the fundraiser, my job was to kind of bring him along. So definitely need the support of your staff. First thing you need to do as a board member is to make your first gift. I said your first gift. Do it at the beginning of the fiscal year so the organization has some cash money. It could be $100, it could be $1,000, it could be $10,000. Give something at the beginning of the fiscal year, because often that's a hard time for a lot of nonprofits, right? Share your organization with the world. Let the folks know in your community, your family, on social media, I'm on the board of this great organization and I love it because, right? If you work in a company that has matching gifts, ask them. I would love to make a $500 donation. Would you match my donation, right? And then, of course, ask others to give, and of course, be their advocate and ambassador. So as a donor, that's what we expect from you. Peer-to-peer fundraising is huge. As I've shared with you, I do it all the time. I tell people, don't buy me one more candle for my birthday. I don't need any more candles. I'm on social media. My birthday is next week. Give to this great animal advocacy organization who I love. And I love them because, please make a donation in my honor, because you want to give for my birthday, of $150 or more to www.dadsgarage.org. And my friends were like, oh God. My sister was like, who am I giving to now? Just get your paycheck, get your credit card. Peer-to-peer fundraising. People give to organizations, even if they don't have a relationship with that organization, because of you. Use it. You love me? You say you love me? Mm-hmm. Show me. Right? I'm just saying, peer-to-peer. Who said something about saying thank you? Thank you should be just like normal in your culture. Gratitude. All the time, to everybody. Who said, where's my blue jewelry lady? Stephanie. Thanking her people, thanking her. Got folks talking about you, Stephanie, how great you are, because you were thanking and appreciating people. See, she remembers that. She'll remember that years ago.
She's the one who came up with the title Gratitude Celebration
I love it.
with another partner organization.
Oh, I'm sorry, we were having our own personal private conversation over here. She said it. I was all into it too. Did you see it? She said that you have a gratitude celebration.
Yes, and it was Anne who came up with the, let's call it a gratitude celebration. So we annually have a gratitude celebration with a partner organization, another arts organization. And so there's a little bit of crossover between some of their donors and some of ours, but we actually call it a gratitude celebration.
I love it. Normalize thank you in your culture, period. We don't even talk about the board. We're talking about in the culture of your organization. Normalize thank you, right? A culture of generosity and gratitude. Celebrate staff for their dedication and their hustle. Because we hustling, ain't we? Yep. Every day, are we not hustling? Yes. Honor volunteers with genuine appreciation. Acknowledge board members for their time, talent, and treasure. Thank donors often and make it personal. Thank me over and over. No, you can never say thank you to me too many times. Send me a card, send me an email, and call me. Right? Promote a culture that values rest and renewal. Don't work your coworkers and your board members into the ground. Right? This is how you say thank you to people. If you have a culture where it's normal, your board members are going to pick up on that. All right. We already talked about AI. Okay, I want to talk to you about a fundraising conflict. Okay, if you guys are tired of my scenarios and my role plays, just let me know. I'm trying to keep it engaging, but if it's too much, we can go back to boring presentation. Okay, all right. So here's a scenario. We got an executive director. Her name is Connie. Any Connies in the room? Okay, Connie, this is not you. I just made that up. Okay. Has informed the board that she has been contacted by a celebrity, Bob. Oh my God, poor Bob. He's gone, right? Is there another Bob in the room? Okay. I don't know why I love that name. Okay. Who wants to make a $500,000 cash donation and a $1 million endowment gift in memory of his late sister who was homeless and passed away from a drug overdose at 16. The endowment would support scholarships for homeless youth to attend college. Sounds good so far, right? Okay, Bob's got some history. However, the board is divided over accepting this donation because Bob has a controversial past, including divorce, infidelity, rape allegations, although never formally charged, and failure to pay child support and tax evasion. This Bob is a real character, isn't he? A lot of celebrities, though. We got a lot of celebrities. 2 board members strongly opposed this gift, believing it could tarnish the organization's reputation. 2 others said, we'll accept it, but only if Bob remains anonymous. We don't want his name out there. And then the rest of the board is comfortable accepting the donation publicly, arguing that the mission should come first. Connie, the executive director, of course, she wants the gift, emphasizing its transformative impact on programs and services. The board must come to a decision on whether to accept, decline, or place conditions on this gift. Another hard one, you guys. Who said something about dumb money earlier? Somebody said something about dumb money? So what do you think here on this one? This is a hard one. He wants to give a $500,000 donation to your organization and a $1 million gift and endowment to honor his sister who was homeless and died of a drug overdose. He has good intentions. Give you a little cruddy, but he has good intentions. Okay. So here's some things for us to think about. And let's just be clear that conflict is the opportunity for growth, right? So there can be conflict on your board about certain decisions that need to be made, and that's okay. What do we do with this guy? What do you do with Bob? Do we take the money? How many people in the room said take the money? And do good with the money? How many people say, hell no, let's stay away from this guy? Okay, 2. Okay, there's a few of you, I guess, who are on the line, who are not sure. Tell me about your confusion and your uncertainty. What do you think? What do you think, Mama?
I say hell no.
You say hell no to Bob? Tell me why.
Why, thank you. Well, I think that our reputation is everything. And I think that a lot of times when you have conflicts in the community, that it will impact us in a very negative way.
And so you don't take the money, even though it could help the kids, you still say,
That's what I
reputation?
think, yes.
Okay, okay, all right. Who else?
I think that if you were a women's shelter, you might want to reconsider that. But especially if it's in his sister's name or, you know, as the fund, that it's no harm done, happy to take money to make things better. But it depends on what your organization is, I suppose.
Oh, so it depends on the mission whether we should accept this money. Okay, that's a different take. Okay, over here.
So let's assume that Bob's name is Harvey Epstein.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Right. And so I think it's important for an organization to be true to their mission and true to their priorities. And because we're a Christian organization, we believe God will provide the money we need and that we shouldn't compromise with the world for easy solutions.
Okay, but what about the youth that we can help with this money?
What's that?
What about the youth that we can help with this money?
He can give it to somebody else.
Give it to somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay, over here. Oh, we got somebody over here.
I was just going to say, you're not hiring the guy. You're not putting him on your board. You're just taking the money. It's not money that was based on some kind of thing that he did bad to someone. So I don't see the problem with taking the money.
Okay, okay.
Okay, this is
Somebody
not
say
an
all
answer.
money, not good money. Okay.
I can't answer it because I'm an analytical person, so I'm thinking about this. But this is the process. My first reaction was, I would have to write the draft news release first and read it over in my head, or have the board read it and then sleep on it and think about it to see, is that genuine? It goes back to Sue's statement about our integrity. And it's like, if I got up in the morning and then read it and went, oh, blah, oh, this is, I can't believe this, accept this, or I couldn't go to someone else and talk about asking them to donate to this organization because I think I've breached that integrity.
Yeah.
So I was talking about the process of coming to some conclusion.
Okay. Well, I was once on the board, we had, one of the people on the board was a sheriff or something. He was a police officer of some type, and he was in charge. And they had a pool of money that they had gotten from, like, drug dealers or something, right? And he donated it. We took it.
Al Capone.
We took it. I don't know. Okay, over here.
I don't know that there's anything wrong with the guy. I mean, you have an unsubstantiated accusation.
Okay.
That goes away, and who cares if he's divorced?
Okay.
I mean, we're beyond that by 75 years or something. So yeah, take the money.
Take the money.
All money spent.
Okay. Interesting responses. Do we have anybody else? Oh, okay, hi.
Hi. If you know that it's drug proceeds, you should not take the money because it's money laundering and it's illegal.
Okay. We took the money for our organization.
Does this celebrity need his name in lights? I mean, is it going to reflect on your organization over here?
Say that again.
Is this celebrity needing the notoriety? I mean, is it going to be announced publicly that you're?
I mean, does it matter if we can keep him anonymous? Does that change for you guys if we keep him anonymous?
Because I don't think we do not research any of our donors.
And that was going to be my next question. How do we know where any of the money that we get from our donors comes from? We don't know their backgrounds. We don't know if they were racist. We don't know if they killed or raped somebody when they were 20. We don't know anything. We don't do a whole background search with somebody who says, I'm going to give you $50,000. How do we know? And where do we draw the line and say, oh, we're not going to accept money from companies if they don't divest in? I'm just saying, where do we draw the line?
Yeah. Small nonprofit in Ventura running a tutoring program as well as a lot of other programs in the community, received a check for $2,000 from Los Borrachos. Now, if you don't know Spanish, you don't know that means the drunkards.
The drunkards?
The drunkards.
Oh.
That was a motorcycle gang in the part of town where the program was operating.
Okay.
So the board had to make a decision, do we accept this? And the story behind the money was that one of the members of the motorcycle gang's granddaughter was tutored in the Project Understanding program, learned how to read and write, went on to graduate from high school and college, and he was very thankful and convinced the gang to give $2,000 to the organization.
Yeah.
We decided to accept it.
Good, good. That's a small amount, but would it have mattered if it was more money?
Sorry?
Would it have mattered or made a difference if it was, more money?
Don't know.
Well, okay. Because it was controversial for you all. You all had to think about it, right? Yeah.
One other comment. We worked with Millard Fuller, the founder of Habitat for Humanity, when the Ventura chapter of Habitat was formed. And one of the discussions in a fundraising seminar that he led was the question, do you ever take tainted money?
Mm-hmm.
And his answer was, if there are no strings attached to it, there tain't enough of it.
Okay. It taints enough of it, okay? You got to comment over here. Thank you for your comment. That's cute. Yes.
Yeah, my initial answer was yes, but then I remembered this was on an episode of Veep. Where
On an episode of what?
Of Veep. Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there you go.
Okay.
Where she insulted a community of mentally handicapped people, and they then decided to make a statement and then a contribution to a foundation that serves that community as a part of a PR cover-up, though, basically. So what would you say to that in terms of accepting money, but as part of a PR campaign?
I mean, I think it goes back to the questions we're all having about values, who are we? I don't know. I'm on the line about the $500,000 because it's just a lot of money for an organization that might really need it. But I know this guy is kind of seedy, so I'm on the line, yes.
We'll accept donations from people who are not have controversial public images. Like, can you kind of set that expectation?
Yeah, and that goes in your donor acceptance policies. And I got the board, when I was doing that for my organization, I got the board involved in creating those policies. That was a
So you
wonderful
called
way.
it, I'm sorry, the donor acceptance
Your
policy?
gift acceptance policies and what kind of gifts you will accept. I mean, it encompasses everything. What kind of gifts you will accept, how those gifts will be processed, who accepts them, the process of when they go to the bank, when the thank you letters go out, all those things. You guys have gift acceptance policies, yes? No? Oh, Oh, okay. All right. Yes.
I'm glad I brought it up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're a certified state substance use disorder program, cultural resource center in Auburn. With Bob, I think, we would definitely have an honest conversation, because there are parts when people go in through a 12-step recovery program where they've had all kinds of stuff take place and they didn't devastated their lives, and there's a part where they start to make amends. And it might be that amendment process that he's trying to go through. He lost his daughter. Maybe he's into recovery. I'd say, well, whatever you need to take out of that, pay your child support. And we do couples counseling if you want to talk to your and grieving counseling, and we'd offer everything we can. But sometimes people go through these things in life because life's not perfect. Majority of our population, 65%, are dual diagnosed participants. So substance use, a lot of times it's self-medicated. That's where it becomes into substance abuse, until they get into a place that they find reckoning, and then they're like trying to make amends to their higher power and creator. And if we're able to help amend that with them and help process that, I think we might be able to accept that donation. But again, it's having that conversation with the individual to say, where are you at in life? And, really make that, because again, later on in life, that's when a lot of people are like, let all the skeletons out the closet. Here we go. I know it's my end of days. You talked about that, what do you call it, legacy thing. I'm like, is there something you don't know about me?
Right.
Passing?
I guess we've all done things in our life that we probably are not proud of. And so if at the end of his life or whatever, if he wants to make some kind of donation, I don't know. I think there are lots of ways. I guess every organization has to really sit down with their board and figure out whether or not this is a smart move for them. And as you can see from the room, everyone's not going to agree. Some folks are going to take the money, some folks are not. All right, let's move on. I want to talk about, do we need a 10-minute break? Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and talk about the board CEO partnership, which is really a juicy one. So come on back. 10 minutes. Where are the cookies?
All right, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. We know this is a lot of information and a long day. Placer Community Foundation wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of Don Kleinfelder, the longtime executive director of Child Advocates. Yeah, I think a round of applause is a great idea, Rocky. I love that. I think that's really nice. Many of you in the room knew and worked with Don. He was just a true leader in every sense, genuine, compassionate, and unwavering in his dedication to the community and child advocates of Placer County. For years, he served as the co-chair of the Placer Collaborative Network, attended these leadership summits, and worked alongside us and countless others to make a lasting impact in Placer County. His contributions were immeasurable, and his presence will be profoundly missed. Our condolences go out to his family and the entire child advocates of Placer County Network. So wanted to acknowledge that, everyone. So keep Don in your thoughts, and thank you for taking a moment to do that with us. All right, and now I will pass it back to Crystal for our last portion.
Yes, all right, guys, we're on the wind down. You guys hanging in there with me? Did you have a cookie? Get energized? Okay, we're gonna talk about something really, really important. The relationship between the board chair and the CEO. And I use CEO and executive director interchangeably. Okay, so how would you describe your board chair CEO relationship? I know some of you have your board chairs in the room, and some of you have really great relationships, like the one at the top, where we have two people high-fiving each other. And I don't know about you, but there have been some times when I've hung up the phone and I was like, so how would you describe your board chair CEO relationship? Okay, is it picture number 1 or is it picture number 2? Okay, so I realize some of you have your board chairs in the room, And if you can't speak up, come talk to me later. We'll talk. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. But if you're here and your board chair or your not CEO is not in the room and you want to talk about it, how would you describe?
Did you have your hand?
How would you describe the relationship? What'd you say? Oh, we got over here first? Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Hi.
Hi, I didn't tell you who I was before. I'm Sally Sue with Gold Country Wildlife Rescue. And since I'm both, I can attest it's both pictures. It just depends how I wake up that morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We had a sister over here.
I'm executive director. I can say that I've had in both the organizations, I've been the executive director for both relationships. It depends on the chair. This is my new chair, so it's really great.
Okay. You said new chair. Okay.
We've already started collaborating on some policy changes and things, and everything looks great. So
Good.
it's about listening and respecting each other.
Good. That's what we're going to talk
that's
about.
very important.
Anybody else?
Thank you. My name is Linda LeBoux, and I'm the ED of Sight Word Busters. And we have an incredible president of our board, and he has collaborated from day one and will always call and say, it's time for us to get together and talk about what you would like to see on the agenda. And
Oh, wow.
it is just amazing.
Even your voice changed when you were saying that.
Well, at one time, like Sally Sue, I was both the president and the CEO. So it's a pleasure having a president. But he comes to us with a lot of experience, and he's passionate about the program, and he makes sure that everybody talks at the board meeting, and he's just A+. Steve Young, by the way. Let
All
me
right,
give
for
him,
Steve
call him
Young.
out.
Thank you. Okay, well, I believe this is one of the biggest determinant of whether an organization is really healthy and thriving, if whether or not these two people are working in tandem, because they have responsibility for the two largest stakeholder groups in the organization, the board and staff. And so if these two are working in secret and not in tandem, there could be some problems. And I've talked to EDs who say, I try not to talk to my board chair until it's the board meeting time. We only meet 4 times a year. I start drinking the night before. Yeah, we definitely don't want that situation. But I do believe that there should be synergy, and these two should be working together. Now, this guy goes so far as to say it's like a marriage. I don't know if I go this far, but this is what he says. He says, a strong relationship between a nonprofit board chair and their CEO is critical to the organization's success. The two should have a partnership that defines how the organization functions, and they should work together to achieve the organization's mission and purpose. Some say the relationship is similar to a marriage where the CEO and the chair share legal and financial responsibility for the organization's mission. Now, I've not read this book, Better Together, How Top Nonprofit CEOs and Board Chairs Get Happy, Fall in Love, and Change the World. I just thought the title was interesting, so if anyone gets it and reads it, please let me know. I might order it, but I just thought it was interesting that he compared it to like a marriage. Now, like I said, I don't know that I go that far, but I do believe the relationship is important, and I do believe that these two people should be communicating on a regular basis. And so your board chair has a big responsibility because, well, he's the board chair, or she's the board chair, and they really have to balance power. They really have to model leadership, they have to support the executive director, they have to keep that board excited and engaged, and make hard decisions sometimes, right? And so this is a responsibility that a person should not take lightly. And so again, I tell folks that if this is a role that you're aspiring to take, make sure that you have the time, energy, and bandwidth to do a good job. Because a lot of people are relying on you, right? So I say this person should meet with the ED regularly, once a week, once every other week maybe. And you set the culture and expectation for all your board members. You bring the group to a large group to consensus. You lead your board meetings, motivating board members to participate and grow, looking for deeper business expertise, greater diversity, and new skills to deal with new realities, and not afraid to propose changes when necessary. It's a big job. Where are my board chairs in the room? Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Where are my CEOs? Okay, I just want to say thank you. Because they expect you to be magicians, don't they? It's a lot of work. It can be a very lonely job, because I do CEO coaching, so I speak to a lot of CEOs who say, can't call my board with my problems, I can't call my staff with my problems. And it's very isolating. And so I always say to them, find a tribe of other executive directors or CEOs who you can share your experiences with. Because other people don't know. And that's what I tell my board. Have you ever shadowed your CEO on a daily basis and see from the morning to the night what different things? They come in the morning, they're meeting with the marketing committee. And then by lunchtime, they're meeting with the foundation. And then in the afternoon, they're meeting with the business team. And then you got to meet with a donor. It's a lot. There are emails in between. You got to manage up. You got to manage down. You got to worry about fundraising. You got to worry about the board. You got to make sure your programs are. It's a lot. So I applaud you, CEOs. And I don't think sometimes boards really understand what you juggle. Because I ask CEOs, what wakes you up at 4 a.m.? What's your 4 a.m.? What do you think I get? What do you think I hear the most? What's your 4 a.m.? Finances, definitely. What else? No, not deadlines. I hear money, I hear fundraising. What else? Board definitely is the top 3. Staff. Keeping staff, particularly now. Right after COVID, people were like, bump this, I'm going to make jewelry on the beach, I'm out. Right? I'm going to start my business, I'm going back to school, I'm not tolerating all this stuff you ask me to do, you're not paying me any money, ungrateful. No, I'm not doing this. Staff. Keeping people in the staff position, keeping them motivated and excited, finding good people. So I really applaud CEOs, and I tell them, make time, work-life balance. Because guess what? If you stroke out, they're gonna put you in the ground and bring in somebody new next week. So make sure that you stand up and advocate for yourself. And when you've had it, you tell your board, I need a break. I've been doing this work for 16 years. I need to take a sabbatical. And if your board cares about you and you've been doing a good job, they'll let you take one. Because you want your CEO to come back and be their best. And if they're tired and fatigued and burnt out, either they're gonna leave or your organization is going to sink, right? So the CEO uses that strategic plan, or I hope they are, because that's really what they should be measuring your performance on, is that what's in the goals in that strategic plan, keeping the board focused on long-term goals and mission, making sure you're providing regular updates and reports about how you're doing against the goals in the strategic plan, right? Sending the board materials way before the meeting, managing up to get to know the board, managing down to know the staff, and then sometimes serving as the ex officio member of the board, a lot. So this is a relationship built on trust, mutual respect for each other, right? They must agree on priorities, they hold one another accountable, they share information about program updates, right? They mediate discord, and they need to know how to bend when the road turns. Because we could all be thinking we're going this way, and then we know that it will hit the fan, and then we're going this way. And we need a board chair and a CEO who can bend when the road bends, particularly now. Our staff are watching us, our donors are watching us, our funders are watching us. And how these two operate and how they roll will dictate whether our funders stay with us, our staff stays with us, and our donors stay with us. So strong, silent leadership in these times in particular is so important. Oh, sorry, I hope I didn't spin on somebody. My son says, Mom! So the CEO can do some things to aid in governance, to make sure the board is doing what they're supposed to be doing. Keeping the board centered on the organization's long-term mission and making sure they don't go down a rabbit hole Right? Making sure if there's any materials that need to be distributed, they're distributed in a timely fashion. Don't send me some long report you expect me to give you some feedback on tonight and the meeting is tomorrow. That's the disrespect of my time as a board member. So I expect you to send stuff out in a timely fashion so that I have ample time to review the budget or review whatever you want me to see so that I can come back and give good feedback, right? And then the chair then can do the same thing and reciprocate and help to support the CEO. Ask questions about the job and the challenge. Sounds like some of you have really good relationships. What challenges are you having, right? How can I be most helpful to you during these times, right? Making sure you provide constructive, don't wait until the performance evaluation to lay some whammy on your CEO. Constructive feedback throughout the year to help them get better. Pay them a competitive salary. Make sure they get a performance evaluation. I've talked to too many CEOs that says, I haven't had a performance evaluation in 5 years. What? What do you mean? You deserve a performance evaluation every year. And if you've done a good job, you should ask for a raise, even if the organization is struggling. A little something. And then prioritize rest. Either that or you're going to lose your CEO. If you don't give them a chance to walk away for a minute and recharge, and there's a way to do that. You don't just say, okay, you go on a sabbatical, go bye. You have to, of course, prepare the staff. You have to prepare your funders. You make sure you bring someone in who can do the job in the interim. But give that person a minute. It's a lot. So I really love talking about this because I really do believe that these two people can make or break the organization and make or break the experience the staff have with the organization. If you have two leaders who suck at the top, God, that's horrible, right? Anybody been in a position you love your job, but your manager or supervisor or somebody, you're like, God, when are they leaving? They micromanage me one more time, right? So I just wanted to share that there's some roles and responsibilities of the board chair, and I said board chair instead of board president. I'm using them interchangeably. Board chair, the CEO, and both, right? So we know the board president, he hires the evaluates the executive director, approves the budget, making sure that there's a high-functioning board, weighing in and green stamping that strategic plan, and making sure there's resources available. The CEO is hiring and supervising staff, managing and monitoring the budget, is kind of the face of the organization out in the public, right? Executing the strategic plan and executes fundraising. And then together, they work on board composition, they work on fiscal stewardship, they work on, of course, mission impact and growth, using that strategic plan as a roadmap and reviewing fundraising strategies and effectiveness. So there's some things that the board chair does, there's some things that the CEO does, and then there's some things where they overlap and they do together. And there are probably some things I didn't mention. Anything that I didn't have up here? Okay, so this again just talks about leading as one, leading with transparency, engaging the board as partners. Again, you'll get this. Okay, here's another. You guys up for another scenario? Yeah? Okay. All right, here's a quickie. After a series of budget reviews and donor pullback, the nonprofit CEO and board chair Jordan realized that they must make some cuts. The data is clear. A beloved arts-based after-school program serving 40 kids in the community is draining resources that could sustain core programming for 300 families. They agreed to sunset the program with empathy after exploring all funding alternatives. They draft together a message to engage affected families and prepare board and staff to respond with compassion and consistency. And then Jordan, she leads the board's support strategy while Isha works closely with the staff and community partners to ensure a graceful exit and a potential transition of support. They host a virtual town hall meeting side by side to model transparency, vulnerability, and shared leadership. So a lot of times, two leaders, they have to make tough decisions and they have to share that with the people when they know they're going to be impacted. How they work together to make that happen is going to impact how people receive it, how your funders receive it, and whether they still have confidence in you. Because you start cutting programs and letting staff go, everybody goes, okay, wait a minute, what's happening with that organization? But if you come out and you address it, you work together and you address it head on in a tactful way, in a way that shows respect and consideration, it could work. Anybody had a situation where you and your board chair or you and your CEO had to make a tough decision to share it with staff or share it with funders? Anybody? Let's pray that doesn't happen soon with all that's going on. Yes. Do you have your hand up? Yes. You did this, and how did it land? How did it go?
It was difficult because I had a staff member who didn't understand the reason for the decision and ended up reaching out to community members. I mean, it became a big mess, frankly. It was very difficult to navigate. But I mean, ultimately people understood. It's hard, and you got to make those hard choices sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes people get hurt when we have to make tough decisions. Absolutely. But in this particular case, I think they navigated it well. Excuse me. What could have gone wrong if they hadn't done it? Did you and your CEO work collaboratively? Are you the CEO or are you the board chair? Did you and your board chair work collaboratively on how you were going to relay this information to your community?
No, well, I was brand new when this happened. I was only in the job for a couple of months, and
Okay.
we worked collaboratively to make the decision, I would say, but then the responsibility for executing fell on me. So.
That's not good. I'm sorry. What do you guys think about that? Board chair made you the fall guy? That's not good. I'm sorry. Whew. The question was going to be, what could have gone wrong if the CEO and board were not aligned? But I can see we have the answer right here, right? How can your board prepare now for emotionally charged decisions in the future? How can your board prepare now for emotionally charged decisions? Because you guys know we're about to go into a recession. I don't know about you guys. Everything in my household has doubled. My water bill, I was like, my water bill has doubled since this time last year. Like, what is happening? Everything is high. We might have to make some tough decisions in the coming months. How are you preparing yourself and or your staff or your board for these tough decisions? Have you had the conversation and said, listen, things might get really tight. We might have to make some decisions that are going to be in the best interest of the organization. Have you had those tough conversations? Yes? I see you shaking your head. Yeah. Anybody else? Y'all haven't thought about it? Everybody's quiet. Are you just thinking? Either the brain and the wheels are turning, or you guys are just like, I'm just ready to get the hell out of here. I've been here all day. Tired. What are you thinking? Anybody? How are you going to prepare your board or staff if you have to make a decision that's going to hurt some people? What's the best way?
So recently with the Medi-Cal transition called Cal-AIM, which was codified by Prop 1, we basically lost about $600,000 of funding, and we had to quickly pivot, and we did not have any direction from the state. So we went through a very rough time. In the 10 years I've been at Lighthouse, we've never lost money, except for last year we lost about $250,000.
Oh, wow.
And thankfully, in the first 9 years, we were able to put some reserves away, and we're fine financially, but we had to look at productivity. We engaged all the directors at a very high level and said, okay, let's do this together, let's talk, let's sit down, and we came up with some ideas, and we began to implement the plan, and then we realized that in certain areas we failed to implement the plan, and we're pivoting again with staff to address the shortfalls, and it may come down to reducing staff. But when you lose $600,000 in 1 year overnight, and you know it's coming, but you don't know how much, and you don't know what it's going to look like after, and that's what we recently went through.
Wow.
And I engaged my team at a very high level, and I had a coach a long time ago, and she said, you don't want to charge up a hill and turn around and look at and see that nobody followed you up that hill. So I always go to my team and I say, this is what we're looking at. What can we do together? And then we strategized and came up with a plan, and we're still in the process of implementing that plan.
I love it. Thank you. That's great. That's a
You're
great
welcome.
example.
And of course, I keep the board informed.
There's a comment over there.
So about, it's been 3 years ago maybe now? So we live in, most of our businesses in Lake Tahoe. And I don't know if you guys heard of a little fire called the Caldor. And so catastrophic wildfire is very, first and foremost, in the minds of our constituents. And so we sell firewood for people who build campfires inside state parks. Well, we had a coalition of individuals that were just coming down hard on us and saying, you shouldn't sell firewood anymore. You know, you guys are perpetuating bad behavior. You know, we're in a catastrophic fire kind of thing. And it was starting to impact our reputation as it was in the community. And so, and like I said, I'm board chair, and I brought this up at a board meeting, and we as a board came together with and created like this ad hoc committee to look at the questions. What were the real issues? What were the existing policies that protected, you know, these great resources from catastrophic wildfire? And what were those policies? Just to get the facts for us. And then they reported to the board, and we made our decisions based on that, right? We made a decision about, in terms of what kind of public statements we were going to be making with regards to this issue. And it turned out really, really well. Now, there was, what made this even more difficult is that one of the individuals that was, you know, talking smack about the foundation was the husband of a board member. So, you know, and so she was in a position, and at one time she was actually president of the foundation board. And so you had that dynamic coming into play. And so, but it just got to the point where just present to the board the facts based upon your investigation. This subcommittee made up of 4 individuals, board members. They talked to the Forest Service in terms of what their policy was. They delved into more about the state parks policy when it came to campfires and everything, and, you know, talked about, you know, what our role is in the fact that we sold firewood. So it was really an interesting dynamic. And at the end, I mean, this one board member resigned. We were really concerned about this other board member resigning, who was a very valuable board member, but he decided to stick with the board. He respectfully disagreed with us, but with our position, but he felt that his participation in the board was very valuable, and we acknowledge that, so that we could move on beyond this, even though he disagreed with what the board position was.
But what I like about what you said is that you share data, you know, and I think getting the data and the information so that you can share with people and show them why you might have to make some tough decisions. I think people will understand that you are merely just looking to see what's going to be the best way to go, what's the best way to protect the organization. And sometimes people will get hurt. And that's really unfortunate, but it's just the reality of the work that we're doing. So I appreciate you all's considering that. I'm sorry if I hit you. So again, board staff relations. Again, I think Just remember the board has only one employee, which is the CEO. And staff, I think it's okay for them to be invited to meetings from time to time, particularly if they have something to report on, but I don't think they should be privy to all board matters. And I think there should be some kind of policy on if the staff needs to contact the board about an internal challenge, what does that look like? Who should they contact first? It should not just go, I'm just gonna pick up and call a board member, right? Usually it's through your supervisor, but there should be some kind of policy on how issues are escalated, particularly if it relates to a supervisor or even the chair, right? The board should not ask the staff for assistance in doing the job, in the board's job. This board should not ask staff assistance for doing their work. And I think board-staff relations are really important. How many people allow staff to come to board meetings? What staff are we speaking of? Are we talking about executive staff or just? Everybody gets to come to board meetings? Interesting. Okay, okay. I've not been in an organization where we've done that. We've had like the VPs of the different departments, and we will bring in, if someone writes a grant, we'll bring in the grant writer to talk about her experience. But I've not seen where all staff attend meetings. What do you think about that? Does that work for you, having all staff in board meetings? Oh, it's a small staff. Okay, okay. Any huh?
And we do that. Anybody that wants to come or has time to attend is welcome. And I think it's really helpful because it helps us to understand what's going on in the agency as a whole. We have a large agency, and like we've mentioned, we cover a lot of counties. And so for individual staff members to really get a grasp of things, we like to attend the board meetings.
And do staff come? Is it usually?
And they're public.
Well, oh, it's public. The staff, is it well attended? Do they come?
Yes.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Probably a handful every time.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I love it. All right, so quickly, we are coming to the tail end. We have a situation, y'all, well, this has actually happened in real life. We got a check that was found in a drawer, $10,000. Check was dated March 25, 2024, 1 year ago, from a foundation. This actually happened to me as the fundraiser. Is this a staff issue or is this a board issue? Should the board be made apprised of this situation? It's a $10,000 check, it's a first-time donor, the check is a year old. Is this a board issue or a staff issue or both? How many people said we don't need to bring the board in on this one? Anybody? So what happened was, this was a fairly small nonprofit. The person who normally processes our checks, which is why we ended up doing a gift acceptance policy, was on vacation. And when the person got the check, they took the check and they threw it in her drawer. And I don't know, somehow it got under a folder or something. She comes back from vacation, she never sees the check. Well, now here we are, fast forward a year later, she no longer works at the organization. So here I am, the fundraiser, and this check is found and they bring it to me. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm trying to figure out what we do. What do you think we should have done? Call the donor. Absolutely. So I took it to my boss and I said, look, this is, happened before me. We did call the donor, but we were trying to decide, he and I, my CEO, do we let the board in on this? Because it doesn't look good for us. What do you think we did? We did. We had to let them know. Because we had to call that foundation. It wasn't from an individual, it was a foundation. Which was also brought up a lot of other questions. Because it's a foundation, it's only $10,000. They're probably not a lot for them. But the point is, no impact report, no communication, the check never cleared, no one's. But the turnover in the fundraising department is like 18 months. So that fundraiser is being turned over and over and over again. There's no consistency with relationships. So we did contact the board and we let them know what happened. And we contacted the donor and asked them if they would be willing to reissue the check. And thank God they said yes. But we had to do a lot of damage control. A whole year had taken place. and that check sat in the drawer. I don't know about you, we could use $10,000 in our organization, right? But I just wanted to know what you thought, because I've done this in other trainings, and I've had other people say, this is a staff issue. We don't need to bring boards in on this kind of stuff. It's just 10 grand. Just 10 grand. Makes you wonder, makes you wonder. All right, guys, we're coming down to the end. Someone said something earlier about making sure that we're evaluating ourselves and our performance. I don't think a lot of boards do this. I think it was somebody in the back. But making sure that we're holding ourselves accountable, right? Making sure that we are doing what we said we were going to do, right? And in different organizations, it's handled by, sometimes the governance committee is the person, the organization that's responsible, the committee that's responsible for making sure this is done. But some questions you might want to ask are our board members attending meetings? Are they engaged? Are they accountable? Is there a partnership between the board chair and the CEO? Is the board big and diverse enough? Are we ensuring there are adequate financial resources? Does the culture feel good? Are we proud of what we're accomplishing? And are we aware of the needs in our ecosystem? Everybody's scorecard is going to look different. Somebody mentioned the scorecard earlier. But I do suggest you put together a scorecard where people can write down, you can make them anonymous, just to get some feedback from people, whether or not I really understand what my role is, I believe that there are opportunities for me to engage, I know what my ecosystem is. Who does this? Anybody in the room? You evaluate, the board evaluates themselves at the end of the year to see whether they're doing a good job with a scorecard or something? Only 3 hands go up? Really? What are your boards doing at the end of the year? They're not evaluating themselves? Celebrating? How do you know whether you're doing a good job? If you had to give your board a grade from A to F on their performance, what's the grade? Are they doing a good job? Hi.
We do a board survey. We send it out electronically, and we have the first 20 questions or so. They can score from 1 to 5, like that. And then we ask them short-term, long-term goals, strengths and weaknesses in governance, fundraising programs, and I compile all the results of the survey, and then we use that to shape our strategic planning session in every fall in November that then kind of shapes our plan for the next year. So I think it's super helpful for them to be able to weigh in. We have some open-ended questions on there, and their exact words of what they're saying go into our strategic plan.
So I have my board do this, a scorecard for the board, and then I have my board members do a scorecard for themselves as to whether or not they themselves are doing what they said they were going to do. So just making sure that everybody is being held accountable. And also one for me, as the board chair. Am I doing what I said I would do, right? All right, so we have talked about a lot today. There were some questions at the beginning. I don't know if those folks are still here, but if there was a question that you asked at the beginning of our training that I did not answer, I want to give you an opportunity to ask it again. Anything that you wanted to ask or you asked and I did not cover? And you know, as long as we've been here today, I mean, we could have talked about succession planning, we could have talked about conflict resolution. I mean, we could do 3 days of training about board work. I was just trying to figure out how could I get the big juicy stuff in a one-day training. So I hoped I covered the things that I think you all are dealing with that are most important to you, but I do acknowledge that there are some things that I just didn't have enough time to get to. So succession planning is definitely one of those. I know that's a big deal for a lot of organizations. Conflict, I've heard about, you know, boards are bullying people and bullying each other, and there's a lot of conflict on boards. That's a whole nother 45-minute conversation. So there's some things I wasn't able to put into this presentation, but I tried to cover a lot. So I want to know if you have any questions, and if you don't have any questions, what's one good thing of the whole 5-hour presentation that you're going to walk away with and think, you know what, that is one thing either I learned that I didn't know, or that was a great refresher for me today?
Oh, wait, hang on. Say it loud, Sue.
The board member agreement, the one page, like what we
You
agreed.
knew about it, or was that a refresher?
We think this is a good refresher. We think it's good to do.
Good. Anybody else? One good thing that you're going to remember from today's training.
I feel like I have the tools to address what I asked you about earlier today.
You do? I don't even remember, so I'm just glad I answered it. Good. All right. Elvira, you answered.
I was just going to say,
You get $1 million. What you going to do with it? Over here.
A question, not lots of good things, but one question I had was you used the word ecosystem, and I'm not clear what you mean by that.
So your organization sits in an ecosystem, right? It's not just, and I think a lot of times we just think, my organization, my mission. This is what I'm here for. Just want to say my organization. But most of the times our organizations are started because there's a problem that we're trying to solve, right? There's a problem in a larger community. And your organization might just be covering just one part of that problem. There could be an organization that's dealing with other parts. But they all sit in the same ecosystem of the work. And so not just what my little organization does, but what is the big ecosystem that we sit in, and how does these other things impact who we are? Sometimes we make decisions that we think are the best decision of our organization, but you could actually be hurting the ecosystem. Okay. Yes.
There's so many good takeaways. I think the CEO-chair relationship and the division of responsibility, so that nobody is stepping on each other's toes, and understanding what we're responsible for, and then what the board chair is actually responsible for. We have a pretty lax board that makes us kind of do all of the things for the board. So it's good to kind of see that, and also that like we're not alone in kind of the board struggles. I think sometimes you feel like you're on this island and are we the only ones that are dealing with it. So it's good to know that there's other people dealing with the same issues and struggles and frustrations, and that there's solutions to make it better.
And that's why this training is so great, Eileen, because everybody get to hear other people. Yes. Anything else?
Just a reminder of the mission statement, putting it on everything. I love that because you're right. We should always remember what we're working towards.
Great. Over here, yes.
Yes, as a small nonprofit, what I was most grateful for learning today was that we're already doing so many of the things that you suggested. We have all the policies in place. We have the board of self-assessment. We have the board commitment form. We have no staff. We're all volunteers. And to know that we're doing it right really gives me confidence that as we grow, we're going to even do better. And that we're not alone, that we're all doing the best we can do with the resources we have.
Great, thank you. Hi.
Hi, and I wanted to show my appreciation for the ideas of how do we get better onboard new members and make them feel like they're a part of a team and they understand what they're doing and why they're there. And then also board engagement. A lot of good ideas on how to better engage our board and our advisory council.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciated the fact that you talked about advisory board and the fact that diversity could be within that particular board. And the other thing that really struck me was when you said, how do you prepare for emotionally charged decisions in the future? That's one, that to have to face that and to have to realize that maybe we better look at that. That's a hard one. That's a hard one. But it makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Hi, Susan. I can't have your necklace?
But I really appreciated how you.
Just a minute. Oh, just a minute.
I really appreciated how you facilitated and held the deeper conversation that we had about diversity and equity and inclusion. I think it's an important conversation for all of us to be having a lot, and it was
held nicely by you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's often a hard conversation to have. Well, thank you all. I so appreciate your attention. Do we have one more? Oh. Oh, hi.
I think
Sorry.
one thing is the comment you made about the board and having the meetings and having being a space for safe and brave conversation. So be able to speak on things, to be able to, present your information in a place that's not where you would feel harmed or discriminated or ashamed of. Because a lot of times I think for some board members, if they aren't able to have their voice, they may not want to continue to come back.
Absolutely.
And to have that brave conversation to say, we welcome everybody's opinion, because that's what we need to do as a community. So I like that little comment you said about safe and brave space.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, I thank you all. I'm old school, so I do have business cards still. I know a lot of folks don't do business cards anymore, so I do have some. Take them because they're just sitting in a box. If you want them, feel free to reach out to me if you have a question or a comment. I'm also on LinkedIn. I'm very active on LinkedIn, so please check me out on LinkedIn. But some things now that your grandma knows, because remember, this is not your grandma's nonprofit board. She knows that you all are the mission in motion, right? You all are making it happen, right? You're not just on the board. You're a storyteller, a connector, and a champion. That you show up and you speak up. Participation matters, prepping for meetings, right? Fundraising equals relationships. We talked about that, right? Inclusion is everyone's job. And that this should feel good. Board service, I call it board love. So thank you for letting me share some board love today. I appreciate it. I have a list of some of the other trainings that I do. Like I said, there's so much I could have talked about. I just couldn't figure out, Eileen, how to get it all in there. So I tried to talk about, but there are some other trainings I do, Fired Up Board Fundraising, through a DEI lens, financial stewardship for boards, the Happy, Healthy, and Inclusive Board, making room for them, changing the racial composition of your board, moving from discord to harmony, that's a good one on conflict resolution, using empathy and compassion to lead, oh Sheila, right? Liberating your board with decolonizing strategies for joyful board service, and passing the baton. That's one's on succession planning. So lots of services and trainings that I offer. If you want a card, feel free to come up, or if you want to just say hi to me on LinkedIn, I love doing that. But thank you all so for having me and for putting up with all my shenanigans today. I love doing this work. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Crystal. We're so grateful to have you here in Placer County. Thank you for making the trip. This was such a full day, and thank you all for being here. We know you're busy. Thank you for the time you give to Placer County to make it a better, healthier, more prosperous place for all. A couple shout outs. Want to thank again our Platinum Nonprofit Initiative sponsors, Anonymous and US Bank. If you served the longest on your board, you get to take home the centerpiece. So you can all Rochambeau it out if you need to. But please leave the little gold sticks in the middle. We recycle those. Please leave your name badge as you leave and join us for a reception out in the hall. Thanks, everyone.